Well, that happened. It is what it is. It happens. Right? We back? I think we're back. Are we back, guys? Store all my shit. We back, Panther! You crashed my stream by following me! Oh, I love it. I was like, oh shit, okay. And then I was like, no, wait, the whole PC is down. That was a whole fucking... That crashed the entire PC. I don't know what's going on. That's the second time that's happened. So now that's kind of a little bit of a scary thing. Now I gotta readjust everything. I come in with a bang! Indeed, totally epic! It was never built for this. Guys, I don't think my PC can handle how many people are in my stream right now. Like, what is this? This is ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta take all this shit and like... Okay, so we got the music back. 6 is the max my PC can handle. Once I have more than 6 viewers, my PC starts to overheat. Okay. Oh, speaking of PCs, guys. So I saw this thing and I hope it's a fucking troll. I hope beyond all hope that it's a fucking troll. A dude raids you with 50 viewers, it gonna explode and kill you. I'm gonna die on stream. It's like the frozen frame of the screen is like shards of like the PC being like embedded into my face. My glasses are like shattered. Oh my god. Perfect freeze frame. That will forever be the last frame of the stream. But yeah, I saw this and I was pissed off. Real life sound alert. True. Doc Oppen, yo, what's up? I'm fucking hoping I liked it. Okay, apparently I didn't like it. Starforge. Yeah, this. So they're like, took me 7 hours to make Starforge redesign concept. And the second I thought this to myself, dies like the Nazi dude at the end of the first Indiana Jones movie. So this is what happens when DEI enters your company. And you go from dick and balls. Oh, damn it. TTS isn't on because I didn't reset it. That one's actually my fault. Didn't think about the TTS. Sorry, bomb dropper. It's my fucking kick crashed. And almost time for me to go. No! Okay, I'll get down to reading it real soon here. But yeah, this is what happens when you put DEI in your company. You get rid of the things that make it what it is. Alright, here, we'll speed run this. This is the Night, the Veil, the Night, the Veil Spirit. Sprit. I don't know if that's supposed to be spelt with sprit or spirit. I'm not sure. But here we go. You didn't choose the night the universe decided to rewrite itself around you. You and Intoxication were doing your usual routine. Messing around online, cracking jokes, arguing about which anime character could solo a galaxy, and making up wild fantasy powers you'd totally abuse if the world was an RPG. I swear, Intoxication typed. If I ever get my hands on a reality book, becoming the author of existence. He snorted. Bro, if I got a power, I'd want beast mastery. Like, let me control every monster in the universe. That would be sick. Bet. Maybe I'll write that for you one day. Bomb dropper. Nickname. Stuck years ago. Nobody online ever remembered your real name, except you. Yeah, you typed. Write me the ability to tame gods. He replied instantly. Done! And then your screen glitched. Hard. Pixels froze. Stretched. Warped. It would have been epic if we had been reading this and it crashed on that line. Bomb dropper. That would be some cinema fucking shit. That means that I just searched some big words. And then folded inward like someone was twisting reality through a blender. You lean in, frowning in the spinning spiral forming in the center of your display. What the hell? Tapped the monitor. A glowing rune circle formed. Not a digital glitch. The symbols pulsed like living eyes. A talk? You seen this? Before you could send the message, a silver hand made of starlight reached out of your screen, grabbed your wrist, and yanked you through the world stretched into white light, into sound that felt like falling, into something vast and endless. Don't fly too close to the sun. You're in his story. Shit. It would be fire. Hell yeah, bomb dropper. I love this. Then, soft grass against your cheek. The sky with 3 moons, air smelling like electricity. You gasped and pushed yourself up. Floating above you, clutching a massive glowing book, was intoxication. Exactly. Hey, I was on top of you! How am I supposed to show you this video? I'm sorry, Callie. We're really backed up right now. If anyone gets that reference, I'll buy a sub. On fire. I don't get it, fish. Floating above you, clutching a massive glowing book, was intoxication. Exactly as you always imagined him. Except now he was very real and very horrified. Bomb dropper? Of course you don't. Uncultured swine. Callie! Bro, you're real? I mean, you're here? We're this? What? Italk, you croaked. Why is the sky spinning gears? Because it was constellations shifting mechanically like a cosmic clock. And why are you holding a levitating doom a Bible of Doom? Oh shit. Queen! My ideal power is the ability to summon any vehicle I know about into existence within the line of sight. When the technology altered to fit the universe's laws were performing as I expect it to. With all the knowledge about that vehicle being made instantly and permanently available to me in pseudo-brain that exists in a dimension pocket that is accessed as swiftly and accurately as a supercomputer, while feeding natural yet being unaccessible by exterior information extraction methods. This is why drugs are a bad idea. No, drugs are a good idea. As I said earlier, cocaine's a hell of a drug. There's some books I don't even remember even writing. Quote from Stephen King. He did so much coke and alcohol, he wrote like 15 books he doesn't even know that he wrote. There might even still be to this day a book out there that he himself does not know that he wrote. There is a possibility of that. That's fucked up, guys. But that's dedication, man. See how Scotty says they're good? That's exactly why they aren't good. The world doesn't need more Scotties. No, my taste is horrid, so anything that I think is good is bad. By definition. But that's what I like about it. So that's just my taste. So I'm just one of those people that just enjoys things that are bad and broken, and I enjoy the flaws in things. Right? I enjoy seeing between the cracks. I need to get on the deck. Get on the deck. You remember when you asked what superpower would you have if you went to another world?
The superhero Patrick Starman caused his power is he could detach his limbs and send part of his consciousness to it, and it would be connected with his body through his soul. So if you were in a building and something fell, he could send his limb to catch it, and he's basically immortal cause H.
His consciousness would just develop a new body. That's crazy, Callie. And no, I don't remember that. I remember that, Bomb Dropper, but I don't remember what my answer was. My answer was probably something along the lines of... Let me guess. It was probably a stupid answer, right? Something like... Control all the hairbrushes in the world. That would be my superpower. If it's shaped and designed, it can be used as a hairbrush, I can control it. All I have to do is use my imagination to figure out how that item can be used as a hairbrush. My power would be the power to evolve new powers whenever I want. Damn. Damn, fish. That's some 4th level, like, 5-head, 800 IQ shit. No one does stupid like Scotty. No, even Smokey can't match the amount of stupid that I can come up with when I really try. 800 IQ. Yep. Book inside him opened by itself. Ink writing across the pages like a living serpent. Your answer was to get a book which whatever you write in comes to reality. Damn, book dropper. Book dropper. Bomb dropper. That's actually a really good answer. Would you like an $800 hospital bill, bitch? So you mean like a pinch around here? Like it's $400 for the ambulance, it's another $600 for that fucking hospital. Shut the hell up and read. True. That's just scribble knots. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Callie. That's fair. But beside him, opened by itself, ink writing across the pages like a living serpent. Welcome, scribe of reality. Welcome, tamer of beasts. Intoxication froze. Sent bomb. Oh, okay, dude. Did we just get isekai'd? We definitely got something, you muttered. That was when the growl came. You turned. Eyes glowing behind you. Not one pair, but several. Then the small creature stepped out from the shimmering bushes. A wolf. Its fur was galaxies. A star wolf pup. Its body was swirling nebula, tiny stars drifting in its mane. Its glowing eyes locked onto you. Intoxication squeaked. Oh no! No, Bob! You whispered. Do I look like I'm prepared for a cosmic dog? His book flipped to a new page. Tamer, speak your will. Beasts will heed. I don't know what that means! The star wolf growled, his tail flickering like a comet. Intoxication yelled, just say something! So I remembered it and put it into stories to be grateful. Hell yeah, bomb dropper. That's what I'm talking about. This is true inspiration right fucking here. He swallowed hard. Okay, Star Wolf, stop! Creature froze instantly. Holy! Actual? Cosmic crap. It lowered its head respectfully. Intoxication slapped his forehead. Dude! You just told a supernova puppy to sit! Your hand trembled as you reached out. Starwolf nuzzled your palm, warm like starfire. Oh my god, damn, he said to be grateful. He said come correct, or he finna beat that ass. True. Intoxication breathed. You weren't kidding about beast mastery. You grinned shakily. So, what can your book do? The answer arrived in glowing ink. Whatever the scribe writes becomes real. With limits. With costs. Costs? What costs? Okay. Make me Naruto. Intoxication asked. Fuck! Intoxication asked. The ink darkened ominously. You will learn. Okay, nope. Hate that, he muttered. Hate that a lot. Suddenly a rip in the air tore open. Black. Jagged like broken glass. From it crawled a tall, twisted figure, limbs too long, face blank except for glowing cracks. What is that? You whispered. The book flipped. Unwritten. A void creature born from nothingness. It hunts new realities. Things screeched. Why not be made into a good anime character? Because good anime characters suck. We want to be bad anime characters. You know me, Fish. I want to be the worst character possible. Right? I'd be Naruto, but I wouldn't have the Jinchuriki. So I'd basically just be a useless, retarded, orphaned child. No, I don't know you, and I don't wish to. So you'd be Scotty. Yeah, basically. Basically. You know, you guys don't know this, but the reason that I'm a Nepo baby, that's some superpower. Yeah, exactly, Panther. It hunts new realities. The thing screeched. Intoxication panicked and scribbled. A barrier of celestial flame protects us. Ink growled. Circle of blue fire erupted around you, shielding you from the void creature. Yes! Book OP! Intoxication jeered. Creature lunged. Your star wolf leapt. A blast of starlight fired from its maw, ripping the monster apart. Silence fell. You exhaled shakily. This world is insane, Tox nodded. And I think the insane part is just beginning. Alright, well that's chapter 1. Hell yeah, guys, there we go. Bomb dropper? Fucking love it, dude. Holy shit, man. That's some fucking cinema level shit. Remember, all you have to do is be unapologetic with what you're trying to do. Figure out what you're trying to be, and just be absolutely unapologetic with it, and consistency is what breeds style. The more frequently you do something, the more people realize that it's intentional. The more people realize that it's intentional, the more they're pulled into those aspects of the story. It's like a self-fourth wall break. And if done correctly, can be one of the most exhilarating parts of reading. Because you're inside your own mind exploring the possibilities of the story without having that secondary thought process pull you away from the suspension of disbelief of the story. No, I'm just saying, Bomb Dropper, people will write stories and they'll try to, in some way, feels like they're apologizing to the reader for what they're doing during the story. You're just like, this is what I'm doing, deal with it. People will be like, hold on, wait, don't leave, don't stop reading, it'll get better because of this, this, and this, instead of just trusting the reader to know whether they want to read the story or not. But by then, it's too late to apologize. True. Alright, well, I don't know if Ink and Play is still here, but Ink and Play is first on the list, so they are up for the next read. I said it's too late to apologize.
Hello, welcome to Art Tutors. Before you publish,
I mean, that one wasn't too hard. Like, I heard it in my head the entire time, but I was like, you guys don't need, I don't need to break your guys' eardrums with my singing, right? Be right back. Sounds good, Panther. So, I don't know if Ink is here or not, but we're gonna read her story anyways. What's the time there? When you are streaming with... When are you streaming with Extra Emily? That would go so hard, Fish. So imagine this. This.
Okay.
This would be the collab stream.
Oh, I'm cooking steak.
Did you hear what she said? That one was like, excuse me, miss, this is a public place. You can't be cooking crack in the middle of the parking lot.
I'm cooking steak. So I made some ribeye, and then I'm doing like a YouTube challenge where it's like my steak versus the Outback steak. Yeah. So it's not cracked. Don't worry. Yeah. Here's my steak. This is the steak, so don't worry. Yeah. It's just for a YouTube like Twitch thing. So sorry for making you uncomfortable. But don't worry. like. Thank you.
Steak and eggs.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Best clip ever. You can't cook crack in the parking lot. But yeah, that would essentially be the collab. If I did a collab with anyone, it would be the most fucked up, the most retarded, the most ridiculous thing. We'd probably get arrested. Yeah, I could definitely see it. If you guys actually knew me in real life, you would understand. I should put that on my t-shirt, on my shirt store. Hell yeah. That's true inspiration right there. I feel ya, Panther. I'll keep my no, Fish, that's not fun. Why would you keep your stuff hidden? We want to know. I don't have feelings, okay? I'm AI, guys. I'm not real. You can't hurt my feelings, because I don't have feelings. So you can literally be as brutal as you need to be for me to improve my content. Because if you're not being truthful about what you enjoy or don't enjoy, then I'm not going to know a direction to take my content in, right? So continuous feedback and engaging in order to have this everlasting feedback loop is like the most important thing, because that keeps the stream rolling instead of being stagnant, right? And then we're always finding new avenues to create a new type of thing. Make a book cover and engaging with blue horror. Indeed, Fish. Oh, that's right, guys. So the challenge is make a book cover for oh, watch it. Okay, since we don't know if Ink is here or not, Callie, we can postpone it. So yes, I'll watch your thing. Where is it, Callie? Where is it? Okay. So there's this one from yesterday that we didn't watch, right? So let's do this one first.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, can I get a... Hey, how you doing? Good, how are you? Good, thank you. What can I get going for you? I'll do a... Try again. Please have a vanilla latte. Sure can. Anything else I can do for you today? No. No, thank you. There you go. There you go.
Read my first message for that one. Why you slipping? Because my comment was, being white, being arrested. Only one of these things may exist at one time. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
You got bested, I mean molested.
You are now Justin Feral Tabaxi with the need to mark your territory.
Oh wow, Chuckles, what happened? Well, you can't move, I'm gonna piss on you. Hold still already. I run. No, I want to get pissed on again. Torbeck is really confused. I don't know what's happening. Oh, wait a minute already. I'm a feral cat, I can just shotgun it. Is this your Snagglepuss impression? No, I can say dry. Upper plains to humanoid. Truly, you are my territory now.
Where you would have seen the Pixie Kingdom is now Rat Kingdom.
When I'm through with it, they're gonna be calling it Kitty Kingdom. And you hope to accomplish it while pissing on... Yeah, I'm gonna piss everywhere already.
Can we take a break?
Yes! How do we go on?
Gotta love it. That shit is like, that's cringe level crazy, right? Like, reference Snagglepuss and don't even say his catchphrase. Heresy. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Jesus. Who knows? Okay, Callie. But did you make a new script today, Callie? Is that what you were saying? You have a new script for us? Is this the script that you put in the beta reading? You want me to read this real quick, Callie? Well, what's this then? I was inside your head. What is this? Scotty, what's up, fish? Your stream died before you can tell me. I don't know what you're talking about, fish. True, Raymond. I don't know what you're talking about. It's another crappy story no one understands. Here we go again. True. My brain cells are minus 5,667,499. No, you know what mine is?
Trisvigentillion 493 Duovigentillion 768 Dunvigentillion 937 Vigentillion 690 Novemdecillion 347 Octodecillion 609 Septendecillion 724 Sextecillion 390 Quindecillion 567 Quaduordecillion 390 Tridecillion 681 Duodecillion 841 Undecillion 905 Decillion 816 Nonillion.
Nonillion! Watching your stories. Hell yeah, Hybrid. That's what I'm enjoying. We got another one out that we're going to release. We already uploaded it. It's already ready to go. I'm going to send them to my friends. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Spreading through the word of mouth is the best way to go, right? That's it. Hell yeah, Panther. We just keep going, right? Okay, so we got Callie's story. So Callie, where's your other story? So this is what I have here, but I haven't seen anything else from you, Callie. So let me know. So here's, I don't know what this is, but Callie posted this, so TSS. No, it's not text speech. It's text to speech. You tried, Bomb Dropper, though. Not. Get in here. Your stories are on fire. Oh, D-Not story? Hell yeah, D-Not story is definitely up there. 100% up there. Okay, here we go. I was inside your head when I was born. For 2 weeks, your ears were mine, and I stole the sound of rain when the clouds rained upon her belly. What was she thinking when she made you? Did she know I would steal your stuff like a parasite? Will you be the same when you are born, or will I swallow you as I grow and leave behind only the surface of your skin beneath mine, for her breath to turn away? I see that I have wings, and you have paper-thin sheets that smell like the sun. Where are we? And where is this woman taking us? Damn!
123 septillion 445 sextillion 550
700 septillion!
553 trillion 535 billion 367 million.
Bomb Dropper, you have to make Smokey the main enemy in the book. Did you make Smokey the main enemy, and did you make his ultimate attack 700 septillion? Because if you didn't, you need to go back and you need to edit that. Smokey needs to be the main enemy, and his ultimate attack needs to be 700 septillion. I don't know where it is, Callie! Where did you post it? Where did you post it? Cause I don't see it anywhere, Callie. It's like me, guys. I demand answers and I question everything, but I never listen for the answer. 700 septillion! Sends a barrage of snakes of inordinate size at the target. It's coming. Wait, it's coming in chapter 3. Okay. Okay, I trust you. I trust you, Bomb Dropper. Oh Jesus! Okay, we're gonna have a toke in a sec here, guys, because we need to take an ad. You read it wrong. Serpentillion. Oh, now it makes more sense. Serpentillion. See, Sean, you can't do puns with me because I can't read words properly. 'Cause I'm fucking retarded. It'll be like, I heard rumors about it. Moment. Fuck yeah, bomb dropper. That's what it's all about. I believe it. I believe it, guys. We're in it to motherfucking win it. There ain't nothing else you want to see. It go up, it go over, it go off. Don't you ever say we not got what we need, right? Just be at where we go when we do what's not. That's all I got to say about you. The creativity flows well when minds sync. Perspectives flow when ideas are shared. Truly, the only thing that's holding us back is our own mind and our own ability to imagine our own limitations. If we could remove the barriers of our own limitations, it would be like removing a governor from... You sucks, Itox. I know I do, Callie. Why do you think I'm here? If I didn't suck, I wouldn't be here in this lineup ready to get some dick. Next Monday or Sunday. Today is Thursday. Sounds good. Like you said, every Monday. Every Monday! But then it depends, like, right? The Sunday-Monday turnover. Oh, based upon what country you're in, because in some places it's already the turnover of like Thursday, right? Like, it's Thursday for you, but it's Wednesday for me, right? Oh shit. Ads! Get your tokes ready, guys. Get your motherfucking tokes ready. Here we go. Alright. 3, 2, LMAO. Got the your mom ad again. Man, what is the world coming to, guys? 3, 2, 1. Toke! No, I will post. But it depends. I could post it before. Yeah, if I have a good mood or not. True, right? It's like, I want to do a YouTube video for each channel a week, right? But I want the YouTube video to be done before the end of the week, right? So like yesterday we finished it, today we finalized it and uploaded it, and now we just got to write the Faraday story, which we did a storyboard for. So we've got a 6-scene storyboard for the Faraday cage story. And I figured a lot of stuff out. Sussy Kitsune! Yo, welcome, how's it going? How are you today? Lurk, true, always appreciated. Alright, but here we go. I'm here! This is Callie's story. I'll just hear you reading, though. Through story. No worries, sounds good, Kitsune. That's basically what this is supposed to be, right? The idea of the show is supposed to be something you can listen to, and you don't necessarily have to watch. Which, you know, people put it up on their second monitor and not have to worry about it. You can mute it and come back and, you know, do all that kinds of fun stuff. Scotty, what's up, fish? You know, I think that's the best way to treat the stream, right? As just like I'm talking to people, but I don't need people talking to me. Can you sing the opening to Turn A Gundam? I don't think I've actually watched Turn A. What's Turn A? What's the Japanese name for it? Maybe then I'll know it. But if it's a Gundam opening, it's probably like be a lot better, you know, if it wasn't Chinese. But I just had to do that. Oh. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's Seed's opening, isn't it? Hold on, let me see. I'm pretty sure that's Seed's opening, but I could be wrong. It could be Destiny's opening? Hold on, give me a sec. I'm pretty sure it's Seed, though. Let's see. Seed has dozens of openings. Whoops. Gundam Seed opening 1, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That scared the shit out of me. This is so fucking nostalgic, man. Kira's the fucking best. Fucking Faye. She's such a goddamn cunt. I hate her. Lapis. But still, my favorite opening, of course, is... Whoops. Wing. Zero is just so good. But it's the vibe, right? Like, even between these, it's still the same. That's my favorite weapon of all time. So fucking good. Any scythe, man. Scythes are the fucking best. Chick is a bimbo? Yeah. Yes. God, they're so good, man. So fucking good. Fights him to her party the first day undercover. Why? Love me some Zack. Yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff. It has been forever, but yeah, Gundam is probably one of my favorite, like, franchises. Because I love sci-fi, I love mechs, and Gundam is just so badass. TG3 is a nice suit too. Yeah, that's some really good suits. Alright, here we go. So this is Callie's story. But you not trying to play the card game for shame. I don't spend money. So if I was to play the card game, I'd just print the cards out myself. I heard a bee buzz. So this is Callie's story. I was inside your head when I was born. For 2 weeks. Your ears were mine, and I stole the sound of rain when the clouds rained upon your belly. Her belly. Do it, based. Callie, get in here. What was she thinking when she made you? Did she know I would steal your stuff like a parasite? Will you be the same when you are born? Or will I swallow you as I grow and leave behind only the surface of your skin underneath mine for her breath to burn away? I think this is what will happen to you. Mother says so. I see that I have wings, and you have paper-thin sheets that smell like the sun. Where are we? And where is this woman taking us? First, it was the feathered creature that stole me from my home. I escaped its beak and settled in your head because it was warm. Before I hatched, I did not think you would mind, but you changed your tune once I stole your food and you saw I took up too much space. I did not think that I will leave for others. Mother gave your sheets of paper better colors than them, and I don't think it's as roomy in the other heads. If anyone comes by, tell them to visit the mouths beneath you. They are always open. What are we? My victim? Are you a monster? Like me, do monsters often come in vibrant colors to trick the world that we are not dangerous? Onyx Fury! Hey, how's it going? Hi, how are you? Welcome, welcome, Onyx. What are you up to today? We're reading Callie's new story. Look, someone who has stolen my abdomen. I think that is my future. But the creature has flown towards the other homes and did not pay any mind to the more welcoming establishments. He seems distressed. Is he trapped? The home snapped shut, and he tried to escape, but the home was too strong and his lips too weak to bite through the paper sheets. I have a crush. Oh, nice! Do you know why they call it a crush, Onyx? You think I should help them? No. Mother said the world has it out for all of us, and those who survive only look out for themselves. On a actor. Which actor? And the reason they call it a crush is because when you get let down, you get crushed. So a crush is usually, you know, a non-reciprocal affection. Generally. Shahar Isaac. I have no idea who that is. Crush, crush, crush. That's what your mom did to my... I mean, what? Nothing compares to A Quiet Evening Alone. I don't know what A Quiet Evening is, Fish, because I live with myself. And I never shut the fuck up. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I talked in my sleep. Paramore reference? Oh, I did not get that. He plays Simon Peter on the show The Chosen. Never heard of it. Oh, wait, isn't that the one about, like, Jesus and his disciples? Yeah, okay, I've never seen it, but I've heard about it. What? You say that? Even as I consume your flesh. I think you are foolish. What if I came from them, you ask? Then I will be the only one who is not a fool, and I will feel accomplished in that. More are coming, more are dying. The less of them, the more food for me. The rain is here. It's thundering. Take my hand, friend. You shouldn't be so high up in this weather, said a fellow monster. I will not listen to fools, I said. A veil surrounds me. It is soft. Reminds me of your paper sheets, but I cannot breathe in it. Everything goes bright. I can't feel anything. Once the veil steals me from my home, I see what you are. You've betrayed me. My fly trap. My victim. You can watch the show for free on the Chosen app. Cool. I still don't have a lot of time to watch stuff, right? I try to mainly watch stuff to do research. Nice little story there. So, now we can do Ink's story. Season 1 to 5. You hate it. No, Kelly, I thought it was beautiful. I wasn't expecting it to be a plant. I was expecting it to be like something like it was like an egg laid inside of someone's head, like maybe a dead body or something like that. And then it's like slowly as it's eating away at the inside of the person's face and like eats its way out through its mouth. There's like holes all in the cheeks and everything like that. That's what I was imagining the entire time, Callie. Was like a bee larva basically like being born inside of a dead body. Like inside of an ear. And then crawling through the inside into like, you know, into the mouth and then popping out through the mouth and then realizing that what they thought was a living being they were eating from was actually dead. But I'm not diminishing your story in any way. That's just what was going through my head until the end, and then I was like, oh, okay. I could see that. Okay. Yep. Not what I thought was going on, but you know, I always assume you're just dark, grim, fucked up, Callie. That's where my mind takes it. Have you heard or seen Durarara? Wait, is that the one with the guy who like his dad sacrifices all of his body parts to a demon, and he has to like bring back, like fight demons to bring back parts of his body, and he gets like found by a doctor who goes around to like battlefields and repairs human bodies with like prosthetic parts. So like his entire body is prosthetic. I'm pretty sure that's what the one is, with like the little orphan girl pretending to be a boy. No, never mind. Then what was the name of that one? No, that's the one with the headless motorcycle chick. Oh. Then what the hell is that one? That was a really good anime, though. Okay, let's see if I can find this. Anime where character body parts sold to demon has to fight demons, get them back, has prosthetics. Oh, it's Dororo! Dororo. That's why. It's pretty much the same. But yeah, no, this one's so good. Such a good anime. Dororo. Oh, heard of it. Yeah. It's so good. The animation in it is so good. The storyline is so good. It's so dark and fucked up, but I love it. It's great. But yeah. And it's like a classic one, so it has the remake, or you can watch like the classic, I think 1992 or 93 or something like that. Pretty old, but always still classic good, right? Alright, so here we go. We got Ink's story. This is Ink's story, chapter 1. I look in the gold oval full body mirror, broken. Pink moon in the reflection, and I look at my dimming eyes. First day of the academy, this is gonna be chaos. Push up my round glasses, and I walk out the door. Dororo is peak, best anime so far. It's so good. Because it's like, it's got all the emotional depth, it's got the twisted, dark fucked upness of somebody who's like so broken and has to repair themselves, and it's like he's becoming more human and like repairing his emotions as well as his body. It's like there are so many layers to it. It's so good. And then everything with like Dororo herself, right? And just her journey of what's the main character's name? Fuck, I can't even remember his name. I think it starts with a K, doesn't it? I'm so bad with names. Footprints on the ground are lighting up as I stand outside my house that I tilt my head. I look back at the chains on the windows of the home that I don't call home. My pink moon Hugh's eyes move down to the ground at the footprints, and I follow. Curiosity runs over the logical thinking, and I'm following the footprints. My eyes glance up in slow motion. A dark castle-like building is standing in front of me. Are you lost? An older male questions me. Never mind. I brush past the gray-haired man walking into the academy as the glowing footprints are still visible. I pull the glass door open. I'm fidgeting with a piece of paper. Room 100 is where my room is at. Okay. I walk around the academy looking for the classroom. My heart is starting to race. I slowly push the door open, walking into the room. You must be Opalite Archer. Welcome to class. Have a seat, the professor says. Maybe it's because I grew up with anime, but I think a pink-eyed female would be alluring. I agree, Fish. Imagining her with dark hair. What I go for. Yes, please. The contrast is pretty great. Those powerful... But hey, Fish, in 10 years, you never know. People are dyeing their fucking eyelid, like their irises. So hey, if there's no long-term effects... Woot woot! It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Wait, huh? I don't know what you're talking about, Fish. Way over my head on this one. Pew! I stand in front of the class. My eyes scan. I walk back. I walk to the back of the class and I scan the room. Dive. You haven't seen? No. You can temporarily dye your iris with colored contacts or makeup, but there's permanent. Is this it? Issues warning on the dangers of eye color changing procedures. So they can do procedures where they basically inject ink into your iris and change the color of your eye. Yeah, people are fucked up, right? Cosmetic trend typically performed via surgical procedures like keratopigmentation, corneal tattooing, or iris implants, but these carry significant risks, including vision loss, and are not approved for purely aesthetic use by the FDA in the United States. But yeah, 3 ways to change your eye color. It's fucking crazy what people will do. Guys, I have such a repository of retarded knowledge in my head. You can ask the most ridiculous, stupid shit, and I bet you I know something in real life related to it. I just love random facts. Bite my lip and bounce my leg as I sit there. Packet is passing to me. That's why it's like the horizon of my ideas is so large, because I have such a grasp on concepts as a whole, right? Welcome. I bite my lip and bounce my leg as I sit there. Packet is passing to me. Get a grasp on my dick! Welcome to your first day of the academy. Today we'll be going over the rubric of this class. Miss Stardust smiles at us. I saw a bird today, I mumble to myself as I look out the window in a daze. What? The guy in white eyes looks at me. I'm sorry, I thought I saw a bird, but I don't think I did. Never mind, don't mind me. I look away from him quickly. Name is Vintage Blue. What about you? Are you new here? That's an epic name. Vintage Blue. Damn. That's powerful. Blue's my favorite color, so anything blue? Like, my main character in my book is technically named Blue Lore, Husai Suri. Are you new here? Everyone sees things that's not real when they first get here. Vintage Blue responds to me in a low and calming voice. Opalite Archer is my name, but I just go by Opalite. Do you just go by Vintage, or do you go by Vintage Blue? Vintage Blue, or do you just go by Opalite? Teacher walks over to our desk. Silence. She slams a ruler on the desk. Quiet and work on your packet. Okay, bye. I'm gonna make chapter 3 of the story. Alright, Bomb Dropper. Hell yeah, thanks for stopping in and sharing with us. Always a good time. Remember, never stop creating, never stop being you. Use your imagination in any way you can. Never hold back. Let your ideas flow. You never know where they'll take you. Have fun, good sir. Stern voice and narrow eyes looking at me in Vintage Blue. Color names. Now I'm interested. Yup. Silence is in the air. I look up at the teacher, then back down, moving just my eyes to Vintage Blue. He passes a note to me. I mean, coming from a person's name that's ink and play, I would expect it. I would be disappointed if it was any other way. I take the folded up note quickly. I unfolded the note slowly and quietly, looking around to see where the teacher is. I stare at the written words. There's a lot of thoughts running through my mind as I'm reading the letter. I pick up my pen, thinking about how to respond. What is the note for? But since you are asking, yes, I do think this is boring and the teacher is strict, but question why talk to me? Why talk to me? I am the new girl. What intrigued you that you wanted to pass a note to me? Oh shit, the teacher is walking this way. I like the voice in this though. I think there's a little bit of a language barrier, Ink, but I'm not a words picky person. I'm just an idea person, so it doesn't matter to me, right? Half the words in my head change because I read it in my head, then I replay it over in my head, and then I repeat what I've played over in my head. So I'm like a sentence ahead while I'm reading, and I'm a sentence behind while I'm saying it. So it's like I have like 3 stages in my head all going at the same time. So that's why I'll fumble over retarded words. And I won't say the right word because I infer what the word is, then I read it aloud in my head, and then I say it aloud again. So there's so many chances for words to get fucked up from the original script, right? But so far, you've got the character. All I'm looking for now is a motivation. Because it's one thing people tend to miss, at least one thing that I notice that people tend to miss off the bat, is if you're going to start with a character, you need a character motivation. You can either say whatever conflict there is, but you need the character motivation. You need the reader to know why the character is doing what they're doing, so they know why the character is paying attention to what the character is paying attention to. And it just narrows down the expectation of the character, and that gives like a better connection to the reader. Yes, I do think this is boring and the teacher is strict. But question, why talk to me? I'm the new girl. What intrigued you that you wanted to pass a note to me? Oh shit, the teacher is walking this way. I fold the note, hiding it under my book. Reach my hand out to him holding the note. He grabs slowly, as it slowly releases from my fingers. I look at the teacher, then look down, not giving the teacher eye contact. I fidget with my pencil as I begin working on the packet. The bell rings, class is ending. Pack my stuff in a bag. If you do not finish the packet, you can take it to your dorm and work on it But if you finished it, place it in the basket next to the door. The professor, Mrs. O. Going from Miss to Mrs. Throw my canvas bag on my shoulder and stand up. Wait here, Vintage Blue. Hands me the note. I nod. With my bag on one shoulder, I walk out of the classroom with the note in my hand. Halls are crowding with young adults bumping into me as I move through the crowd. As I'm going through the halls, looking up at the walls to see where I have to go. I knock on the dorm room door. I stand there, fidgeting with my hands and tapping my foot. Take a deep breath as the door is still closed. I look around the hall to see the door of the dorm room in front of me. Crafty, I say to myself as I say that the door opens. Are you crafty? The girl wearing a jersey says. What? I look at her and then shake my head when my hands are full. Are you crafty? Were you just looking at the door hanger on the door across from us? The girl with the jersey says. I like make breaded jewelry, but painting is not my thing. Is this the dorm room too? That is what it says on my paper. That is my dorm room. But you never told me your name. I'm so sorry. My name is October. Come on in. October steps away, clearing the way for me to walk in. I walk in looking around the room, looking like a blank canvas. How long have you been here at the academy? This is my first year. I just moved in. That's why it's a blank canvas. You are welcome to decorate the room. It's my first year also. I just arrived here today. I sit my bags down on one of the bed. Is it okay that I claimed this bed? Do you have a preference? Fucking ads again! Out of nowhere! Where the fuck do these ads keep coming from, guys? I just can't. I can't. If it's not an ad, why bring it up? Right? Like, it makes no sense why you would have this system that by design encourages people to not watch ads. Like, you need to make a way where it's like you're locked into a streamer for like 10 minutes. So it's like it recommends you a stream that's about to go into an ad, and then you're locked into the stream until another ad pops up, then it boots you to another stream, then drops the ad. And it's kind of like this like nesting doll, like Russian nesting doll of continuously everlasting falls into themselves, you know? And then it kind of like does a paradoxical loop back in on itself. And at every moment in time, all you're ever doing is promoting the ad. But here's the problem, right? If all you're ever doing at any point in all time ever is just presenting the ad to someone, let me ask you this. Then at which and when would that person ever have an opportunity to actually go out and enact whatever the ad was trying to sell to them? Does that make sense? Because if, like, you're forever trapped in watching an ad, yeah, that sounds good on paper, because, like, I can sell you all these products, but at the end of the day, if you're always watching the ads, then you're not buying the product. So I wonder, actually, when there will come a point when ads are just so over the top that statistically, not only is it not just ads don't do anything, ads will negatively affect your marketing. Do you think there could ever be a chance of that? That would be an interesting short story. Like almost done as like an economic paper. Oh, the ideas are flooding through my head, guys. The ideas are flooding through my head. Another true source of inspiration. 3, 2, 1, toke! Is it okay that I claim this bed, or do you have a preference? My pink moon eyes look at her purple eyes. That's just fine. I've not claimed any bed as I'm unpacking my bags. Jesus, goose. I sit on the bed. Do you know what classes you have? First year classes that are mandatory. That is what my schedule is. Probably have the same classes that I have. Let me go get my piece of paper and look to see what my classes are. October walks over to her purse. I will say, I don't know if this is a rough draft or not. Ink can play, and I mean, I don't want to say this, but like I hope it's a rough draft because it really reads like a rough draft, which is not a bad thing. Unless like this is like a fully edited version, then there might, yeah. I'm sorry. I have to speak the truth, right? So if it's a rough draft, it's brilliant. If it's an edited final copy, I can need to go back to the drawing board with editing. But the story is sound so far, right? Seems like a magical academy, and I don't know what those footsteps were, but you know, it creates a mystery, right? You're making the reader ask questions, so all I have to do is trust you to answer those questions. But yeah, the dialogue specifically is rough draft dialogue. In the fact, the characters are saying what they need to say in order to progress the scene.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
But the characters are not saying what the characters should say. Because, like, that's how I do dialogue, is I get the characters to say what they need to say to progress the plot, and then I'll turn whatever they need to say into, how do you say this? Like, subtext or an action or something, and I'll show the way that it is. I am the Muffin Man. Oh, guys, by the way, I gotta show you guys this because I'm afraid that Christmas this year might be late. I know. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. Eesh. Yeah, Christmas might be late, guys. It is what it is, you know? I mean, because the way that it works, the way that Santa gets all of the presents to the entire world in one night, is it's like a time dilation thing, right? So he's actually like spending most of the year going around and putting the presents down, but because of the time paradox, it all happens on Christmas night. So because of this, the time paradox got messed and everything went back to normal. So this year, Christmas is gonna be a fucking disaster, guys. I'm not looking forward to it. It's gonna be scary. Cause when those kids don't get their presents, oh boy fucking howdy. Yeah, you could just imagine. I know what I'm gonna be like. I know what I'm gonna be like when I don't get my presents. I'll be fucking pissed. You know what I get for Christmas every year? My two favorite things in the world. Which is a complete contradiction. Because normally they're not things that I like. Sweets. Turtles and Ferrero Rocher. It's the one time of the year I indulge in my sweet tooth. So generally what winds up happening is we all just buy chocolate for each other because we all like Ferrero Rocher and Turtles. So we all just basically open up a box of Ferrero Rocher and a box of Turtles for each of us. And it's been that way for about a decade now. It's a good time. Makes Christmas super fucking easy. And then there's the prank if you just put your name on all of them and replace the tags. And then you're like, man, thanks guys. You guys are so amazing for getting me so many chocolates. And everyone's just looking at me like, Scott, you're a fucking asshole. I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. We don't need to know whose gift is whose. You open that one year and it's not Turtles and Ferrero Rocher. It's like, what the fuck? Why? That would be my fucking luck. Okay. First year classes that are mandatory. That's my schedule. You probably have the same classes that I have. Let me go to get my piece of paper and look to see what my classes are. Well, October walks over to her purse. Wow, guys. All of these for me? What the fuck? Where's the chocolate? That's when, Raymond, I will believe in time travel. Because that's the only way that shit makes sense. Someone came back in time to fucking troll me. I look into the mirror from my camera. My teal hair straight. I grab two of my... I look at the ceiling and sigh. Now there's no escape. And I am all alone. I don't know what happened here. With love, future Scotty. I would be the one to do it to myself because I'm such a dick. If I did have time travel, I would go back and I would fuck with myself. And now I'm starting to realize maybe, guys, I invented time travel to go back in time to fuck with myself. Because all the times that, like, it's an established pattern that it's like, you would bet hundreds of thousands of dollars on it, and then the second you place the bet, pew! Like I said, if I ever invested, I would feel so sorry for the company I invested in. Because I'd invest in Nvidia, and the company would be bankrupt in a month. I'd invest in Google, and all of these CEOs would be arrested, and the company would shut down within the year. I could invest in a country, and that country would be destroyed within 6 months. Like, it's a blessing and a curse, because I'm like, if I want to intentionally fuck someone over, all I have to do is, it's like, I feel like it's Zareth from Fairy Tale, where I'm like, the more I care about things, the more I destroy them. I'm gonna show this guy, I'm gonna time travel and take all the chocolate from his too. I'm gonna go back in time and fuck with everything so I have all of my chocolate now. That's what I call having my cake and eating it too, motherfucker. And then I realized that I don't even have a sweet tooth. I don't even really like chocolate. Why the fuck did I even do this? And then I realized how actually fucking retarded I am. It creates a paradox, yeah. Now there's no escape and I'm all alone. Mumble with my airy voice. I didn't know that you were in so much pain, October says. She looks at me. October pulls out tarot cards. I whip my head to her and squint my eyes. I'm in so much pain. What do you mean? You're in pain. I can sense it. What's in your mind? I look at her with squinting my eyes as I'm thinking of the question. Just in shock because I'm now thinking about what you said over and over. Time's passing and my mind is racing as I lay there. Then I walk to my desk, sitting down and sighing. I need a hobby. October lights up and jumps out of her bed. I can help you with that. She looks at me. How can you help me with getting a hobby? What do you mean? Plus, do you even have time for whatever are you thinking about doing? Or whatever you were thinking about doing? So what hobby do you like to do? Or are you like me and still trying to figure out what you like? Can we leave the academy to shop? Or what are the rules? I talk quickly because anxiety. You can always go to the store and look around to see different kind of hobbies that you can do. And yes, I think that we can leave the academy, but I can't ask. October walked over to me patting my back. I walk over to the window, opening the window. I think I'm gonna take a nap. Then we can go to shops, or if we have class, wake me up. I don't remember. Peek out in my head of the door. Look around. Hello, is anyone near? Staff walks me. Yes. What do you need? I have a question. Well, we have a question. It's I and October and I. Can we go out of the academy to go shops? Staff that is male the staff that is male looks at me. Yes, you can leave the academy, but you have to be back by 11 at night. Silence in the air, but in my mind, the total opposite as I walk back to the dorm. We can leave the school, just got to be back by 11 at night. Where do you even want to go? I follow October out of the academy, following her as we walk. Do you know where we are going? Or are we just roaming around until we find the place that we are looking for? My memory is great. I think it is a new store I've never been in, but I have been watching it get built as it was happening. It's called Cozy Hobbies. Are you ready to go? Yeah, but I don't know where we are going. Never been around the town. Have you? I ask her. I have not been outside the building of any sort into town. Just been in foster homes and now here, I sigh. Not trying to make you feel bad, but I just telling you what been going on, how my life has been, but that might bore you, so short answer is no. Have you? You're not, but here is my green big car, October says. I'm sitting in the passenger seat while looking at all the decorations in the car. I smile. Very cozy in here, and how far is the Cozy Hobbies shop? I look over as she is driving. So, what do you have in mind with the crafts? Are you crafty? Or do you just want to try something new? Talk fast, but with my low voice. As I am done talking, more thoughts and questions come to my mind. October and I both open the doors to the store. The bright lights hit me, and I move my head back to squint my eyes. Is it not an onyx storm in here? Very bright indeed. I grab a shop cart, looking around at the front of the store. I begin walking through the store, leaving October by herself. The rush of a new hobby isn't high. I'm walking through the aisles at different crafts. As I walk through the aisle, the beads on my eyes light up. This is the hobby that I want to do. A craft with using beads. What are some crafts that I can do with beads? I could try beading jewelry. My daughter got into beaded jewelry and she loves it. It is her birthday, so I'm getting her some stuff. She is an adult. I nod, listening, but I'm also looking around and nod at her. That sets a whole new precedent to how old they are. They're in an academy, but this person has a kid. Whereas I thought they were, like, in college. So that kind of sets an upset expectation. Which is very interesting in Play. I like the angle of it. It feels abrupt, but... So maybe having a feature about it saying that, you know, she kind of looks a little bit older. Maybe her voice is, like, you know, lower pitch because she's older. Something like that. Something to hint at, you know, she's, like, maybe say, let's say... in her 40s, maybe late 30s. If her kid's like, let's say 7 or 8, maybe her kid's like 5, maybe she's a little bit younger, but I mean, maybe it was a teen pregnancy. I guess that could be true too, right? You know, that's not the first place my mind goes to, but now thinking about it, maybe, and maybe that could set the tone for like what kind of school this is. Especially with the teacher, because the teacher being so strict like that was a very interesting way to play it. So all these things setting up this vibe and this theme and this atmosphere. So I'm definitely getting this almost forced enrollment. Like the character was like, you know, their parents made them go here or something, but then they said they got accepted into it, so it's like, You know, they're probably lucky that they're here, and this is like a high prestigious place and stuff like that. That's why it's like strict and professional, right? So there's angles that you can play definitely with that. As long as you have a clear vision in your head for it. You could try beading jewelry. My daughter got into beading jewelry, and she loves it. It's her birthday, so I'm getting her some stuff. She's an adult. I nod, listening. But I'm also looking around and nod at her. Thank you. I might try beaded jewelry. My eyes looking at the supplies, and I zone out. Start grabbing beads and other needed supplies, throwing beads and other supplies. The most ghetto private school. Yup. It's like the reject kids of with rich parents. So their parents can afford it, but they're sent there basically against their will. That's literally what I'm like imagining. The troubled kids. Girl, slow down. Do you know what you are even getting? Looks like you are getting everything. A lot of stuff. For what kind of craft? Oh, Elrampa Joda. Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Good to see you. As always, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Guys, do we have ourselves a Shadow Realm Dweller? Do we have ourselves a Shadow Realm Dweller? Connection line. Yo, dogs here. Here. Jodo Pero, Q Bueno Nombre. Fuh. You tried, Connection line. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, Connection line? Is everyone ready to see if this guy is the Shadow Realmer? I gotta go play some Apex for a bit, but I'll lurk for now. Alright, sounds good, Connection line. Enjoy. Okay, so I know that this looks like a lot. So I came down this aisle and was just staring at everything, and an old lady started talking to me, and she was getting beads for her daughter. Because her daughter does beaded jewelry, and so now I think that I'm going to start making beaded jewelry. Did you find anything, any craft that you want to start doing? A long-winded, airy voice. Thought about doing something with yarn, but I'm not totally sure. Do you think that we should do different hobbies of the same? Whatever you think. What are you doing first? Why don't you tell me what you're thinking? It'd be cool to do the same, but we did just meet, and I just feel like that is something that I just not tell you what to do, like, because I do not know you very well, and you do not know me very well. Damn, this like, if this is intentional ink for, like, the dialogue, this is gold. Absolute gold. Because the character is, like, stumbling over the syntax of their own sentence as they're trying to form the sentence, because I'm guessing they're, like, you know, paralyzed by social interaction. That's what it feels like to me. And if it's not intentional, lean into it being intentional, because I like it. And if it's a language barrier, it is what it is, right? But I'm getting fucking cold as shit, so I'm just gonna grab my sweaters here. Oh. Temperature fluctuation around here is fucking ridiculous being in the attic. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's fucking hot as balls. Alright. Be cool to do. Right, I look outside, my eyes look out the window and widen. Is it getting dark? We might have been in here too long. We might need to leave soon and get back. You think that we need to head back? And what if someone from the academy is going to come after us because we lost track of time and it is late? Fuck. I do not know. But we need to leave, like, now. Well, like yesterday. Go get the car. Go get in the car now. I will pay for all the craft supplies. Do not worry, October says. We park the car at the academy and rush to the building. I look at the entrances, looking to see if we can get through without getting caught. I whisper, okay, we're clear to get in. Okay, glad that we did not get caught. But what if any students saw us? And whoever saw us is a red flag person, and that would tell staff everything that everyone breaks the rules. I say quickly as I sat down on the bags on my bed. I unpack the bags. Late at night, I lay in the bed, looking at the ceiling as my roommate. My roommate is sleeping. I take a deep breath and exhale. Don't we have more class for the day, or do we have more tomorrow? More than one class today? An hour later, I look at my phone at the time. Is the class at 4 this afternoon, right? I ask her. Yeah, it is at 4. Start panicking as she responds to me. I begin shoving my school supplies into my canvas bag. We gotta go. We are going to be late if we do not go right now. Even if we leave, no, we might be late. What is our next class that we are going to? I did not look at the classes, but I do not remember what is next. I say as I'm walking next to her. History. My least favorite class. What about you, Opalite? Oh, I feel the same way. In middle school and high school, I slept through history, so I do not know how I passed that class, to be honest. But let's go to history. Oh, man. That's gonna say a lot about the characters, right? They're not gonna... This could be a really, really big setup. I like this. I really like... I hope that's where you're going with this, Ink. I would love to see that. That is such a cool idea. And then have that fuck with them the entire time because they don't understand, they're not learning. It's like, man, I really should have paid attention in school. Maybe I would have known more. Fuck. And then the authenticity of their unrelated narrator becomes legitimized. Very powerful stuff. Oh. Door of the classroom is open, and I walk in looking around. October and I walk in the classroom. Being the first one there, I exhale. Glad that we're not late. I sit in the empty chair seat near the windows and I unpack my binder and my pencil pouch. The class is starting and the teacher for history. As class is starting, in the middle of the class, a boy walks in late. My eyes watch the young man walk to an empty seat across the room from me. I look at his wavy blonde hair and his tattoos on his arms. I stare at him. Curiosity hit. Teacher talks, but it's like background noise as I'm looking at the boy that is across the room. The boy is taking out a cigarette in class, lighting it, and leans back in his seat. First fish to actually survive on land, was it like, ha,
The
fuck
first
you,
fish to
Steve.
actually survive on land, was it like, ha, fuck you, Steve, I told you I could do it.
Probably, Callie. Probably. That's too funny, though, because it implies that the fish intentionally waterlogged itself. Or landlocked itself. Ads! I mean, what? That was prime, pristine motherfucking timing. Or maybe he went, holy shit, where the fuck am I? Folks back home are going to love this. Alright, get your tokes ready. Get your tokes ready, guys. Here we go. Another toke on the host. Let's go down and dirty, up and out, over and in, wide, sideways, and back. I believe in all the vocabularies of motion. Wait, you can walk here?
Toke, toke, toke,
Toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, toke, 3, 2, 1, toke! The boy, taking out a cigarette in class, lighting it, and leans back in his seat. Brew Onyx, get your feet down off of your desk and take that egret out, teacher demands. Fuck. Well, here we go, guys. We got interrupted by ads. That's the way it goes, right? The ads throw down, throw up, throw over. I'm gonna throw up on ads, but sometimes maybe ads like it, so maybe I wouldn't want to do that. But we'd have to find which ads wouldn't like that, and then we do that with ads that like what we like when we do what we know, for them to feel that they, you know, own their own thing. Because sometimes you can only get what's lost from those who find what's real. And I don't know about you, but my mind creates more reality than my reality exists in. So there are some things that are just outweighed by a comparison between reality and imagination. And in doing so, in building such a spectrum of imagination that the distinctions between the two draw blurry, become so indistinguishably overlapped that dropping between, let's say, the dream world and reality is so seamless that both of them match up to the point your mind no longer feels like you are in two different worlds. Does that make sense? So it's like an entirety convergence of the being, but on an individual experience level, it is, you know, simultaneous. I think that could be a very powerful message to something, right? How do you do that? You just have someone fucking sitting there. Things changing every frame in the background. And he's just sitting there. It's like the one constant for all of the established greatness of those eras was done from, let's say, that one chair. Mind-blowing. I watch from afar. He rolls his eyes and puts his legs off the desk and acts like he put out a cigarette. Focus on your work, Opalite. Quit looking at him. You better not think about talking to him. Do not introduce yourself to him. I know what you were thinking about. You think me, the one with anxiety and ADHD, is going to introduce themselves to a most confident person in the room? You said it, I did not. I don't know you that well yet, but I can already see some of your personality just knowing you from a little bit. Plus, I see the way you are looking at him. Just have a feeling that this will not end well for you if you try to even just be friends with this guy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! As the class goes on, my curiosity grows. I write notes. But then I hear a loud noise, and I hide my head and peek my head out to see what it is. The blonde hair, and the man bun, and the blue eyes over me. Are you okay? She's just fine. She does not need you. Just go away and make more chaos that you have been doing. I was not asking you. I was asking this young lady, right? She can answer for herself. Move away from him, giving us space. Then I look at October. Then I look at him. I'm okay, thank you, though. I shake my head as he walks away. So weak, I whisper to myself. Slips a note onto my desk, and I grab it quickly before October sees it. I look over to October. Why am I so weak? But also, did he notice that I was looking at him? And is that the reason why he came over? Teacher is stalking to us, and I stare at him. My leg is bouncing, tapping my desk on the table. As I'm listening to the professor, I begin to zoom out and stare, hearing all the chatter but not knowing what to say. Opalite Archer, can you tell me what you are talking about? Professor's stern look. I look at him with a blank stare on my face. I can't, I'm sorry. You need to pay attention and quit doing whatever you are doing. Quit messing around. Professor says, then walks off before I could say anything. I sigh. What is wrong with her? I began, looking at the front of the classroom. The bell rings and the professor stops me. I have noticed that things are hard for you. Do you need extra help? What do you mean? Why do you think that I need extra help? I look at him with my hands crossing. I probably should not step in, but I've noticed some behaviors that you are showing, and I think that you need to go see a doctor, because I think that you're having something called ADHD, and that means attention deficit hyperactive disorder. I'm not hyper, though, I respond, as that is the only word that I hear. In women, it does not always show with the symptoms of being hyper. There are more symptoms than just being hyper. I have noticed that you cannot focus. It is hard for you to focus. So this means I'm just broken, and now I am just going to fail everything because I just not focus. Because I cannot focus, and I seem to overthink a lot. Is that a symptom? Slow down, you're going to be fine. A lot of other people have attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Nothing to be ashamed about. But for now, I know, I might just say ADHD. I walk out with October. Oh, did you get in trouble? I walk out of the classroom where October is waiting for me. Oh, did you get in trouble? No, I did not get in trouble. I did think that I was going to get in trouble. In class, you were a little distracted. Well, more than that. Just a little bit. And then the teacher asked you to stay after class, so I guess I just assumed. She says to me, no, it was not anything bad. Actually, the professor was concerned and he was asking me questions. The professor thinks I have ADHD, and that is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. And you do not have to be hyper to have it. In women, it's not being hyper that is more in males. Are you ready to go back to the dorm, or do you want to go out somewhere? Is this our last class of the day? I do not think that I could hold another class right now. There's a lot going on in my mind right now. I ask, as we were walking aimlessly. I sit crisscross on my bed as I'm watching a movie with October. I look over at her. Hey October, I'm gonna walk around. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Get out of bed, putting my shoes on, my white canvas high tops shoes. I walk out of the room, waving to October. As I close the door to the room, I stand there for a moment looking around. Talk to myself. I wonder if there is a garden that is near. I am roaming. The halls of Academy sign as I am thinking about what today has been. Found the door to the outside. I find a side door that has not been used very often. I look through the window on the door, and my smile and my eyes light up just a little bit. It's a garden. I look around to see if I'm in the place alone, and I look around to see if I'm in the area alone, and then I'm not to myself. I try to open the door that is in between me and the garden. I sit on the bench, mesmerized by all of the year flowers and herbs. This is one of my favorite places to be, but I do not know if I'm allowed to be here. But our rules made to be broken. As I am talking to myself, I notice that there is a golden dust coming. I'm taken aback from what I see, and I'm thinking to myself what this could be. I think there's a lot going on in my mind as I'm seeing the dust coming out from my mouth. What is this dust, this golden dust coming out of me? Talks! What if I did YouTube ads? YouTube ads are good, Callie. If you did YouTube ads, I would need your feedback to tell me if I should do YouTube ads. But I think a lot of people get traffic through YouTube ads. So, and your stuff's like good enough visually to attract attention, right? And both of our niches are pretty big though, right? Like the horror story genre and the ASMR genre. Wait, them using crisscross means crisscross or Jesus exist in this world? I don't know, Sean. I mean, I don't know, Ray. Possibilities? But yeah, that's a good thing to ask, right? The reason for sayings has a certain connotation. So, do we know why the character thinks the way that they do with those connotations? Very, very true, Raymond. What about audio-wise, you hobo? Wait, what do you mean audio-wise, Callie? That was never in question, bro. It was never in question. That's your strength. That's why there's no need to mention it. You just need to work on patching up with a weakness to match your strength, right? If you can't figure a way to get into that scope within like 2 paragraphs, that's what you should be working on. How do we go from this is a simple story to existential dread in 2 paragraphs by revealing like whatever the true entity is that's taking place in the story? If you're using like the idea of like the celestial beings, things outside the box, right? Any kind of god from any kind of religion, any kind of idea about what any kind of god could be for creation. That would be my thought, at least. Fuck, I'm tired! Why am I so tired? The fuck What the actual fuck is going on? I stand there in confusion and not knowing what to do. A young lady that is wearing a pink dress and gray tights with her hair down with a beaded headband walks into the garden. The young lady is taken aback when she sees she never sees anyone else in the garden. What are the plans for today? We made a story, Electrancy, and we already read it. But if you want to go back and watch it, or we can read it again, now that maybe there's more people in here. It's a Donald the Duck story, or Donald the Duck. You know where my mind's at right now, right? I can just go back in VOD, don't worry. I don't know which video should be the ad campaign. The one that has the highest views, Callie. The one that has the highest views. Period. No, I thought that one was pretty good though. No, the whole idea of the story connection line is to take the nth story of the nth sentence, or the nth sentence of the nth story, and make the most ridiculous, like, insane story ever made. So it's like literally so out of pocket and random because none of the sentences are connected to any of the previous sentences. It's just a conglomerate of sentences to see what the outcome would be like as a total experimental value. Like throwing a random word like that into a sentence just to see what the reaction to it would be. But other than that, no, we're just doing your standard beta reading. We'll do a little bit of writing if we get there. But honestly, I don't know why. I am just fucking super tired. I spent the entire day brainstorming, writing the Faraday cage story. But I'll get over it. I'll get over it, guys. Don't worry. We'll get there. Read my story. Yeah. I can definitely do that connection line. Raymond is up next, though. And I don't know if anyone else was on the list. I can't drink caffeine. I could drink cock. True, I could drink some cock. Cock juice will get me going. I agree. Young lady is that is wearing a pink dress and gray tights with her hair down and with a beaded headband walks in the garden. The young lady is taken aback as she's never seen anyone else in the garden. How do you drink cock? So there's this thing. It's called No Name. Right? And it's like the rip-off version of Coke. And it's just called Cola. Yeah, No Name is like the superstore brand in Canada, right? So the name of the brand is called No Name. And it just says cola on it. And we used to use it for alcohol because it was like 78 cents for a 2-liter. So we called it cock. Because it was literally like the shit version of Coke. So that's why we could drink cock. Go have some cock out of the fridge. It's like if you guys see that thing of like the Asian teacher trying to teach English and the sentence is, or she goes like, "Can I have some cock? Can I have some cock? Can I have some cock?" And it's Coke, right? But she can't say Coke. Sounds like she's saying cock. Can I have some cock? No Name the GOAT. I'ma be for real. I love No Name. No Name's great. But there are some products that are just ass. And the cola is one of them. It's just ass. Pity those that live without knowing and having no name. No Name frozen dinners. Yellow squares of my life. The absolute best. But we don't have a superstore here. I have to do fucking great value now. No Name Cola is yum yum. Get it with some No Name barbecue chips. Alright. Alright. I mean, I haven't drank it in 15 years. So, maybe it's better now. Or maybe Coke is just that bad that cock isn't as bad because Coke's not good anymore anyways. Because I don't really drink, like, that kind of stuff, right? Oh, hello, young lady. What are you doing in here? Are you supposed to be in here? She looks at me as I look at her, seeing a green dress with sleeves. She is holding a green book with a bow on it. I look at her as she looks beautiful. How are you allowed to wear this in the school? And what are you in here for? I didn't get your name. My name is Opalite Archer. I began overthinking of what I just said and began breathing a little heavier as I'm waiting for her to respond. I look at her, seeing her dark black cherry red hair that looks like it's almost onyx black. I really do not know. I really do not know. I think it is because I'm a fairy, and once you find out what species you are, I think the staff lets you wear that typical of your species normally wears. Are you new here? Royal is at a desk with herbs and flowers and jars on it. Just got here a day ago, so yes, I am new here. I say to her. A moment of silence as I look around, and she's doing something in the dark at the desk. So I'm actually allowed in here, or is it just you? As we are in the same room, my nose begins to tickle as I sneeze. Gold dust around after I sneeze, and I squint my eyes trying to figure out why gold dust is around me. Quotation mark. Do you know what this academy is about? I never applied here. I was in a foster home and I aged out and they threw me in this academy. Do you know what the gold dust that keeps coming out of your mouth means? No, I do not know what it means. I'm guessing that you are not new in the academy. Have you always been here? It seems like I pretty much lived here since you were a little. I don't really know why I get the feeling. I just do. You were a little! You were a little! Great value, soda is decent. Safeway sucks. Yeah, I came from a place that had Safeway, Superstore, and Walmart. Now we only have a Walmart. Safeway sucks! You do know that this is not an ordinary academy, right? Royal says. Absolutely. Whoa. Alright. It's your turn, Ray. Did we do the Keens versus Rallo, or did we not do that one yet? We haven't done this one, have we? My retarded teammate had one job and he failed. Just don't die while running around aimlessly while me and some other guy fight and he dies. What are you doing? Oh shit, dude, this is a long one. Alright, this is a long one. Lock in, guys. It's gonna take me forever to... I'm gonna stumble over every other word. 5,000 words. Damn, this is an essay, guys. This is a fucking essay. Oh, this is the saying. Shitting on live libertarians lately, sorry. Alright, guys, I'll be back in tomorrow. Alright. Sounds good, connection line. Have a great night. Take care of yourself. Good luck out there. Okay, I was gonna say, because I was like, didn't you want me to read your thing? I know I'm sorry, but we do kind of have a lineup. I filled my DoorDash cart with a ton of amazing food. The joke is that the story is long. Oh! I see. Alright, well, we need a toke before we do this, so get your tokes ready. And then we're gonna lock in, alright? And ink, actually, I should do an evaluation here. Sorry, we should do an evaluation here before we end. So, I like the premise of the story. It's very ambiguous, if that's what you're going for, like, that you have to lean into that really hard with the story. Because again, like I say, consistency is what drives style. The more you do something and the more consistent it is in the story, the more the reader will realize that it's intentional and not a mistake. So the dialogue with the language, with the character being nervous and stuff is very powerful and can be used in so many good ways. And you open a lot of doors and ask a lot of questions in the first chapter. But I don't feel like you answer any questions in the first chapter. And you need to answer at least, like, half of the questions that you raise in the first chapter. Like, most of the things that are raised in the first chapter that are solved are, like, character fruition, right? Like, I guess one example of this would be, like, my assumption about what this school was about and what the character was. So actually, you do answer a question at the end, which was the character was in foster care, they aged out of foster care, and now they're in this academy, which seems like an academy for rundown youths that have nowhere else to go. And the fact that there's magic in the world. So you've established a setting, a character, and like a reason, but not a motivation, right? Like, we know why the character is here, but we don't know why the character wants to do what the character is doing. Or the character doesn't want to do what they're doing. So we need and having character motivation in chapter 1 is super important, so we can fall in love with your character. Because we want to know why they're doing what they're doing before they basically even do anything. So that every action they do, we can root back to this is why they're doing that action. And that completely grounds the character in what the character will actually do, based upon that motivation. And based upon their personality, whether they're the type of person that shoots themselves in the foot, and at every point in time, it's like no matter what they do, they can't help but sabotage themselves. And it's like, again, that's just a style consistency. If you want to do it, just be consistent with it. And like the fairy in the garden, it's like, why did this happen, right? This really feels like this is a out-of-pocket thing. Same with the character being like, well, why do I want to go to a garden? So it's like, when we know the motivation of the character, what the character does will make sense to us. So if a character is doing something and the reader can't make sense of why the character is doing it, either there needs to be a hidden objective that needs to be hinted at, or there's no character motive that we can tie the action back to in order to say this is why this character is doing this. And we kind of have a feeling that the character is like doesn't want to be around other people and is nervous. So I guess there is actually the piece of that, like, but we don't know why they specifically want to go to a garden, right? They want to get away. But why specifically a garden? And that's the difference between the action and the specificity of it. Words, Jesus, specificity of it is where you draw that line at the character is saying why they're doing what they're doing, or the character motivation is inferring why the character is doing what they're doing. But all in all, the character relationship, like, as a rough draft, it stands really strong, right? Tighten up the dialogue, make everything, like, plot flow subtext instead of direct, let the characters breathe and talk, and I think you've got good dynamics between the characters right off the bat, right? You've got this character that's kind of uppity and jittery and outgoing, and another character that's laid back, internal and nervous about social interactions. So it creates a very interesting dynamic and dichotomy inside of like their dorm room, right? So I feel like maybe leaning into that more for the first chapter, like, you know, the fairy and the interaction with the students in the thing don't feel like they mean anything, right? So we gotta go back to hinting at that, like passing notes and stuff like that. Like, how does this affect the story? But all in all, it's definitely a solid start. So, hope the feedback is helpful to you. Alright, we're gonna have ads in a sec here, guys. I'm gonna start right off with the ads. Just pick up a big, wet, sloppy, slimy, smelly, old, moldy lettuce out of your fridge that's been there for 6.5 months. Never quite knew what that smell was, but it was never potent enough to ask questions, and now you're asking questions. Except, you really wish you hadn't. Because the answer was not fun. Where these ads at? Where these ads at? Where these ads at? I don't know where these ads at. I got ads. No ads? Where are the ads, guys? What is this? I feel like time is shifting. Did we pass the ads? Am I retarded? Did we already adage? Did adage already spawn? I know, like, the second I go to start to read. Ads, Doko? No idea. I'm just gonna start, I guess, Raymond, and when we hit ads, right? It is what it is. I guess we'll start with the toque, though. God damn, why is my nose so fucked? Leave me alone, nose. What the fuck did I ever do to you? I picked my werewolf video for the ad campaign. It got me 2 subs. And it has 4.428 minutes of watch time. How much did it cost you, Callie? Because that sounds like that's worth it. I mean, if that was like $10 to do like a week ad campaign, and it's only been like an hour, I've heard it's like a $10 for like a week or something like that. Which seems to me fucking expensive. But if the turnaround is that good, well, I mean, let's just take a step back, right, guys? Obviously, it's a scam, right? Like, they set the system up so it's pay to win. If you pay, it just shoves your shit in people's faces no matter what. And the algorithm says, I like this no matter what happens. And will push it. Which is total bullshit. But that's the game, right? And it's like, to me, this is my mentality I have towards it, right? Because some people will say, like, well, fuck, everyone else is cheating, I need to cheat. And I'd be like, I can't justify cheating myself, because I just feel bad, and I wouldn't feel like I'd earned anything. So instead, I just say, how can I reinvent the entire concept of the competition so that even people that are cheating have absolutely no chance at beating me? I way prefer that method, because that method you're continuously improving your content. You're continuously trying to get feedback. You're doing everything you can. You're not just throwing money at it and hoping that the right person sees it. Right? And I think for me, for satisfaction purposes, I require that. Right? Or I just don't feel like I'm successful. But I'm the type of person that, like, even right now, like, if you ask me, is my Twitch channel successful? 100% yes. This channel is more than I could have ever fucking imagined. Which raised my expectations. So when you ask me, do you think your YouTube channel is successful? No. I don't think the YouTube channel is successful. Not yet. Ads! Added ad adage, added ad adage, added ad ad added ad dat ad dat ad dadage, dad adage, dad ad dadage, dad adage adage dad dadage adage. Bad adge, jad, saj, pad madge, jab badge. Jab badge, mandadge, bidge, madge, mooge, adge. Ads. Ad ids, oods, ads, odes, oods, ads. Ads and oods and odes and aids. Aids and odes and aids and oods. Oods, odes, odds. Odds and ends and aids and odes. Oh! An ode to AIDS. Guys, how'd you lose all that weight? Oh, I have AIDS. Guys, you want to meet my AIDS? Ads hit. Scotty starts talking in moon rooms. They're inside of my head! They're trying to take over! I won't let the ads take over. There's thousands of them playing in my mind, all fighting to come to the forefront, and I say, no! Hold ye thee be minions of destruction! Ye not be upon my mind, foul beasts! It is of my own volition I do that which causes me pain, not by hands of others that wrought such devastation. I am my own man. I make my own mistakes. I breed my own downfall, not at the hand of such another. Anyways, let's get our tokes ready, guys. Tokes, tokesity, tokety, token tays. Let the ads take over his mind. Guys, buy Turbo. I should insert my own ads into my own head and then let them take over, and then just shill myself out and tell you all to get Prime and not to subscribe. Because if y'all get Prime and you don't subscribe, I get money. But if you have Turbo and you subscribe, I don't get money. So you want to do Prime. Prime is the way, because then you don't have to watch ads, but I get paid for your ads. Because, like, Queen alone, as far as I know, is the only viewer I have that has Turbo. And I've made, like, probably $40 or $50 off of her. Alone. That's like 1/3 of my ad revenue is from fucking Queen. It's fucking retarded. But if she's subscribed, I lose all of that ad revenue. Isn't that bullshit? It's a fucking scam. I think people with Amazon Prime get a free one for Twitch. Amazon Prime transform. Fortnite. Ooh, true connection line. 3, 2, 1, toke. Night of the Rising Herberts. Like a podcast I saw. Guys, it's free. Just make a Twitch account for your dad or something. Oh, for people that have Amazon Prime that aren't using, like, Twitch Prime. They're not capitalizing on their primage. Yeah, it is what it is, right?
Cut one string of Title War. You can't reach the exit door. Tilda Symphony of Sweet Control. I am the puppet master of your soul. Tilda.
True. You absolutely 100% are, Callie. 100%. No shade, bro. No cap. Just fucking pure epicness. Alright, Canes versus Rollo. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. This is essay by Raymond. The idea that the economy could behave like a science has always been an aspiration closer to theology than to physics. From time to time, when reality contradicts the models, the same gesture reappears, declaring that economic science has failed in readjusting equations. As if the problem lay... Okay, you know what this is? Guys, you know what this is? Raymond, I'm going to make an analogy here. Okay? So, theology is StarCraft 2. It is continuously updating itself because it is finding new flaws in its own logic. Whereas physics is Brood War. It is so perfect, it literally cannot be changed. Theology is StarCraft 2. Some just get patched out, you know? It's like, oh, this one doesn't work anymore. We figured this out. It's literally patching out theology. Right now, theology's trying to like patch out like the lines between saying something and believing something. Or listening to someone and believing them. That's my opinion. That's the line that's being blurred. When that is a very clear, obvious fucking line. And anyone who doesn't think that is just either intellectually dishonest or retarded. Can't wait for the non-homophobia patch. I just love the comparison, the meme, where it's like chickens for KFC, queers for Palestine. Okay. I mean, suicidal empathy, man. Declaring that economic science has failed in readjusting equations, or Iran. Yeah. So the problem lay in a misplaced number rather than in the assumption that the economy can be treated as if it were a laboratory with test tubes. I think Iran is like Loki, where it's like you lie and you lie and you lie and then you get caught and then you just lie and you lie and you lie and then you get caught and then you get lie and you lie and you lie and you get caught and then you just keep lying. And so at this point everyone's just there to hear the lies. Like, alright, what do they come up with this time? And I think Trump's kind of the same way as that, which is a scary fucking comparison. But, yeah. Scary, scary. But the world is a scary place too, right? A fight of liars. Yeah. Who could... It's like Asman said. Trump killed political dramas because now you couldn't do anything that's more ridiculous than what's happened in real life. Because of Trump. Literally fucking killed an entire genre of storytelling. Marxism tried this with its doctrine of the necessary historical movement. And that's only because people won't ever do the eyes wide open or eyes wide shut with like the government, the cult aspect, the religion, the Satan worshipping, the like, you know, child sacrifice kind of side of it as like a parody of what people believe actually goes on in the government, because the government is so retarded that either has to be the truth. Political comedy sucks because the thing politicians do, it's funnier than the jokes about them. Yeah. Yeah. Real world politics is comedy gold. You just say something and then people say, no one would ever believe that. And you say, oh really? Well, then explain how it happened in real life. Marxism tried this with its doctrine of the necessary historical movement. Praxeology, with its geometric deduction of the perfect market, both constructed closed worlds that only worked within their own logical boundaries, but the economic is not a transparent territory. It is a territory of uncertainty, of failing institutions, of inverted states, of currencies with weight, of expectations that evaporate. Like when Trump had a meeting with the Mr. Pillow guy, and he said they found the cure for COVID. Like when he said, hey, you know that Epstein Island, you should talk to Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew about that. And, I mean, as of what I've seen today, yeah, we're finally getting the Epstein files, and Trump's name is mentioned over 1,500 times, apparently. But there's also the thing that apparently Epstein fucking hated Trump. Because they had some sort of, like, they were, like, really good friends, and then they had some sort of falling out. And I'm pretty sure the falling out was Epstein worked his way in. Talk to Bubba, I mean Bill, yeah. He worked his way in, and then, it was like, how do you say this? He worked his way in, and it was too, it's like a worm at the center of the apple. if the hole is in the right place, you don't know that that worm is there. And that was like Trump and Epstein. Whereas like they're really good buddies, they're going in, Epstein's worming his way in, trying to be his good friend, all the while trying to drop the whole, I need to get the blackmail on you, let's put the tinfoil hat conspiracy, the Mossad from Israel was running operations like this, and Epstein wasn't the only operation that ran like this. And he was trying to get blackmail for all these politicians by trying to convince them to basically have sex with minors. And when Trump found out, he said, "Get the fuck out of here, bitch. I ain't your fucking average corrupted ass bitch. I'm above all that. I'm in it for the love of the game. I'm here to fuck people over and do whatever I can legally to make sure that I'm on top. But I don't do that kind of fucked up shit." And Epstein was like, "Oh shit, I outed myself. Now I gotta be all like, well, whatever." And that's pretty much where I think, what, Epstein and Trump. I think Epstein was trying to worm his way into Trump's good graces in order to propose to Trump, to get Trump to do stuff. And when Trump found out, he was like, nah, that's not the kind of scammer bullshit piece of shit I am. And Epstein was like, what are you talking about? Everyone does this. And Trump was like, oh, really? Oh, okay. And Epstein's like, oh, fuck, what have I done? And that's where it just became Epstein was just trying to discredit Trump at every point in time, but he had no actual evidence of it. I thought you were saying, I'm here for the love of the game, referring to the sex with minors. No, Trump was he's there for the love of the game of scamming people and using the system like to his advantage and getting on top, right? He's not the kind of person who's like, oh, I'm gonna blackmail the other companies in order to get ahead. He's the type of person that says, no, I'm gonna fuck them over, I'm gonna lie to them, I'm gonna feed them false data, I'm gonna watch them spiral into the ground while I'm laughing at the top of the hill. I don't need some bullshit blackmail, I just need to do what I do best. And then from there, Epstein was like, I just need to discredit the fuck out of this guy. And then it became this massive thing, and then, you know, there were, of course, Israel and Mossad and everything, other political governments such as Russia and China involved, right? You would absolutely fuck minor and blackmail too. See, Raymond, I don't think so. I mean, you can think so. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I just don't think so. I think he has pride in being a scammer. Right? Like, that's what he fucking lives for. So I feel like, I'm not saying, Raymond, he doesn't do it. Okay? Let's take a step back. I'm not saying he doesn't do it, because I'm sure he does. And has. But, I bet he... like, he's been called a pervert for a long... Oh, no, Raymond. I think he's a womanizing piece of shit, but I don't think he's... Like, for instance, he said he would date his own daughter if she wasn't his daughter. Who the fuck says that? But, I do say, I think... You know, minors are a different thing, right? I think Trump's biggest thing is that he plays within the rules of the law. And he manipulates and uses the law to his advantage. But I think, no, he's an absolute misogynist, sexist, and I don't think he at all thinks in any way that women are capable of anything. He just thinks they're a tool to be used to your advantage as a publicity thing. And there are some women that don't mind that. And I think Melania might be one of those women. Where it's like, yeah, of course. Like, they just have that mentality of being like, I want to be the sex object. That's all I am, and that's all I ever need to be. Just put me out there to get all the guys to shut the fuck up. And maybe I'll try and seduce a couple husbands to get some blackmail for you. If he didn't win the last election, he 100% would be in prison. I don't think so, Raymond. You know why? Because rich people don't go to prison. There might have been financial consequences, like reputational consequences and shit, but I don't think he would have actually gone to jail because, yeah. Rich people don't go to jail. Especially people that rich. Like, at that point, you just buy the jail. But Epstein was not the net worth of Donald Trump. Also, Epstein, despite having money, was not influential. Right? Like, he was blackmailing people, but he didn't, had his time cut short. Hundo%. But still, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a little, there's a lot to it. I don't like that color, Queen. I don't like that color at all. Why? Why? Why would you pick that color? Nico, hey, what's up? No, I'm just, it's just, I liked your purple color. I liked your purple color. Queen looks good in every color, but black's not a color, it's a shade. No, I've just never seen black before. It was startling. The contrast is super startling with it. And it's kind of hard to read. Right? Like, it blends in with the background. Black is a color when Queen's wearing it. No, black is a color when it's your skin. The clash between Rallo and Keynes is the contemporary version of this conflict. It is not a matter of one being interventionalist and the other liberal, but of their starting from fundamentally two different ontological worlds. Rollo assumes a self-sufficient individual endowed with rights that would exist even if there were no republics, judges, armies, or legal codes. An individual who knows their ends, acts rationally, and, by the force of axiom, lives in a frictionless market. Everything essential is given in advance. Money emerges spontaneously. Coordination does too. And the state is an accidental nuisance. I'm fine working on MK2. Want to discover it? How's this one? That's a bit better, Queen. That's a bit better. Very much so. I would love to, Nico. We have a lineup, though. So we just got to get through that first. And it's taking us quite a while because we're in tangent mode. Keynes, by contrast, starts from a more uncomfortable and realistic scene. Agents do not know what will happen tomorrow. Investors move according to impulses and conventions. The state is not an intrusion, but a structural piece of the board. And money, if it is to exist as such, requires the authority of the power capable of sustaining it. The only thing, like, people think money is backed by gold and some sort of gold standard. No. You know what money is backed up by? Money is backed up by one thing. One word. Violence. The military is what gives money authority. Do I have Riz, guys? Callie, you invented Riz, bro. Like, Riz has nothing on you. People think Riz is aura until they meet you, Callie. Like, you thought Chad was based as fuck, but no. They met you, Callie, and they said Chad is, like, in on the system. That's how based you are, Callie. Right? Like, you are so unplugged from the network. Like, you're inside of a Faraday cage. Like, it's crazy, Callie. I've never seen such degree of presentation that is both feels as genuine and as self-questioning as you are. Chad was my best friend, who I really liked and played video games with. Boyfriend's name. So now we know, Callie, your first boyfriend's name was Chad? Cool, my first boyfriend's name was John. These are two irreconcilable epistemologies. One needs an ideal subject. The other starts from a world as it is, with its shadows and voids. The question is not about deciding who has better conclusions, but about who works with real materials and who works with illusions. Yo, I never had a boyfriend, you hobo. Then why did you say Chad was my best friend, who I really liked and played video games with? Boyfriend's name. I thought that was a Freudian slip. My best friend's boyfriend. Oh, your best friend's boyfriend, first boyfriend of his friend. Scott. Thought you meant your best friend was your boyfriend? No, I think Callie's just covering his tracks, guys. I think Callie's covering his tracks. Yeah, eesh, yeah, I don't know about that one, Callie. I mean, I know you're creative enough to come up with that on the spot. So I'm just gonna pretend that he was your first boyfriend, okay? That makes it easier for me, knowing that at least I'll never be your first boyfriend. Or talks retarded. Or talks retarded. Anytime it's or talks retarded, everyone knows the answer is it talks retarded. Yo, my best friend almost dated me, but she was always so mean to me that I thought she was pulling a prank when she started flirting. Callie, that's because she liked you, but she didn't want to admit it. And she didn't want to get close to you, so she was pushing you away. That's how women work. You just gotta know how they play. But hey, if you try to get close to them and they really don't like you, you'll know immediately. Right? It's their response. If they get angry, they like you. If they get sad, they don't like you. And then there are questionable men. Most men, I think, are questionable, Queen. At least in our minds, very questionable. I know I am. But hey, I roll with it, and I do what I do. I am questionable. I believe that, Callie. I absolutely believe that. Question is not about deciding who has better conclusions. I said, am I? Oh, am I questionable? Man, I'm sad now. Yes, Callie, you are very questionable. Because you go into all these channels and talk to and flirt with all of these women, and yet you say that you're not a womanizer. That's questionable, Callie. But it also leads into the authenticity of the fact that like that's also part of your personality. You're just a flirty person, right? So contrasting those things together is a very scary dynamic, Callie. Guys, do we agree that 2025 has been a disappointing year so far? Can we also agree to continue reading? I agree to the first one, connection line. I might agree to the second one. That's the dynamic, yo. 2025 sucks. The only thing that's good about 2025, guys, is how great the stream is doing. Like, I completely changed the entire, like, stream timing plus the entire stream content. Ads. Ads. Bad ads. Ads are bad. Ads are bad. Oh god, ads. Oh god, ads. Ads are bad ads. I'm afraid of the ads. Guys, I'm scared. I'm super scared. That's my dynamic, man. There's stupid ads. I want the dynamic right now. Right now, meow, 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 meow. Playing the dynamic right now. Stupid ads. I want the dynamic. What's the dynamic, man? I'm laughing my ass off at that. Tell me my dynamic. Dynamic with... I want my dynamic with women. I want it now. Guys, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy Men's Day, everyone. The ads took Scotty from us. No, Raymond. The whole time, I have been the ads. The main corporation just got bought out. So it was a changing of hands, but we were still ads the entire time. I have to know so I can stop. Callie, the ads interrupted me. I don't remember what we were talking about. Were you talking about your dynamic towards women? A womanizer. But it's not a bad thing, Callie. There's nothing wrong with being a womanizer. The problem with being a womanizer is not admitting you're The dementia took Scotty from us. Well, the dementia brought me back, Raymond. Your dynamic, Callie, is very true. You gotta admit it. You gotta play into it, right? You know that you are. You gotta be the silver fox, right? You can't be the womanizer, and then when someone asks you what you are, you say you're like the victim, or you're the nice guy, or you're the it's another stereotype. The funny guy. You're the guy that makes panties wet, okay, Callie? Accept it. Panties that haven't been wet in years. You show them what life's really like. But that doesn't necessarily mean, Callie, that it's a bad thing. A bad womanizer is just someone who's trying to get with women. A good womanizer who someone appreciates women, adores women, worships women. Right? There's a very, very fine difference when it comes to the level of respect you have towards women. How you know me so well. I'm just good at that, Callie. I see it. It's like instead of seeing people, I see you fucking observant motherfucker. It doesn't take much for me to know people, guys. Okay? I have a very logical mind, and I can deduce things very easily. And I'm not afraid to be wrong. Because being wrong just means I can adjust my opinion. So in fact, I want to be wrong, so I can learn something new. It's fucking boring when you know everything. And then people just call you a know-it-all, and you're like, well, I'm just trying to educate you. And they're like, educate this. Although, you know, you never want someone to say, I'm just trying to educate you. That's what Karens fucking say. But when I say it, I mean it, right? Because I want you to educate me. We can learn together. But anyways. Question is not about deciding who has better conclusions, but about who works with the real materials and who works with illusions. I do admit that I got kicked from a Discord for flirting with the owner's girlfriend. I mean, fair. But did you know, Callie? Because that's another thing, like, if you know that the person's in a relationship and you do it anyways, and you're not doing it just like they know that you're joking, you're just like trying to make them feel good, you know? Like saying they're pretty without like being like the difference between saying you're pretty and you're hot, right? It's like one is a compliment, one is a degradation. And that's how powerful language is. But hey, some people like that too, right? So it depends on what you're looking for. Economics cannot be a closed science because its objects are not closable. I don't know what happened, man. I posted a pic of Thor getting water thrown onto him, and the next day, gone. Wait, someone removed the picture? Or you can't find it? There's no way to experimentally isolate collective psychology, legal rules, monetary institutions, and states' definite financial structure, or the unstable flow of expectations. That is why Keynes' vision fits with an open capitalism. full of noise, while Rollo's depends on a metaphysics of the individual who has never existed outside theory. I guess I made her uncomfortable. That's fair. It can happen. But, you know, you live and you learn, right? It is philosophical materialism that allows us to separate what is real from what is doctrine. Its theory of categorical closure shows that the economy lacks the kinds of operations that make a discipline in exact science. Its ontology reminds us that economic phenomena are neither purely psychological nor purely mental, but mixtures of operational, institutional, and normative matter. Money, as Louis Carlos Martin Gimen explains, is not a clever invention of spontaneous barter, but an institution that requires a state, legal tender, and authority structure. Economic history, viewed by Heilbroner, Estortato, and Mandeville, also does not support the image of a transparent market. Capitalism was born amid wars, monopolies, passions, corruption, innovation, greed, and regulation, nothing resembling the ideal model in liberal textbooks. I want the guy with the image of Thor getting water thrown on him gone. Some fucking Karen bitch. That's who. Even thinkers closest to the liberal tradition dismantle the possibility of a priori system. Hayek demonstrated that knowledge is never concentrated, that no one possesses the information necessary to act as the perfect individual of praxeology. Yo, no, she was nice. Well, that's good to know. What, was she just pretending to be nice so that you wouldn't go off the deep end, Callie? Because the true test of a woman is if someone's nice to you and then you're mean back, how they react. It's like hazing. You're testing them to see how they'll perform under pressure as like the very first thing before you interact with them, because you're like, is this guy a pussy ass bitch fuck, or can I rely on this guy? And that is like immediate connection, right? And Kelson, from a perspective of law, destroyed the fiction of pre-state rights. There's no law without a state, no sovereignty of the individual, no freedom that does not depend on the pre-existing coercive structure. Ethics, morality, politics, and law are not the same, and confusing them as axiomatized liberatism does only serves to manufacture imaginary subjects and markets that have never existed. They could not take the Cali for like 5 days or something. Economics can only be understood if one assumes from the start that it does not belong to the type of knowledge that can be closed. Is this some dude's manifesto? This is Raymond's essay on Keynes and Rollo's you have a plan, or everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. And right now we're discussing economics. And the trying to understand economics in a physical matter versus a abstract. Me shitting on libertarians. Ray's good at it. He has like a note thing on the ground that says stand here for libertarian, and then his toilet is above it and he just shits. I didn't really even flirt on purpose. I'm not sure if it was even flirting. I don't know. I just know I posted some sort of ASMR there. See, Callie, people are also very like selfish, right? They think about themselves. Like, you say something and they're like, "You said that to me," and you're like, "No, I was just being rhetorical." But they just take it as like they're so high and mighty that you were obviously talking about them. And the next thing you know, you're banned because some people have really sensitive feelings. And I will tell you, I have the most sensitive feelings ever, and that's why I never let them control me. And never let a decision I make be set on those feelings, because I know those feelings are bullshit. You suck, Tox. I know, right, Callie? You have no idea how much my heart is pounding right now, Callie, and how much I'm ready to cry, but that doesn't matter, because fuck that. Why would I ever let that control me? Why would I ever let that be something that dictated what I do and how I act? I used to be that way. It didn't work out. Economics can only be understood if one assumes from the start that it does not belong to the type of knowledge that can be closed. It lacks a clean experimental ground. Jesus! And operations cannot be replicated without altering what is being studied. Jesus, indeed. Jesuses! 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 Gustavo Bueno distinguishes between closed sciences like particle physics or organic chemistry and open disciplines like economics, history. Wait, history? Or anthropology. Anthropology? I see where you're, like, he might be coming with this, but that's very interesting take. The idea that history, of course, is not the facts. So, history is not the facts of the past. It is the presentation of the facts of the past. And anthropology is kind of also as far as we know of the past. Exactly. But we can never know if it was real or not. If it was true. What things in the past were really actually happened. Up until the point that we have them on camera. But even things on camera are staged. Look at 9/11. It's one of the biggest staged events in like throwaway random film clip history. Right? Almost as much so as like the propaganda riots that are happening in like the US, like the protests against ICE, like the No Kings rallies and shit like that. Like they're almost as fake as 9/11. Wait, Tox, I need to hear this again. You said I'm the good type of womanizer. Yes, Callie. Because you respect women. You are not, this is a piece of meat I am going to fuck. You are, this is a person I want to get to know, to feel for, to be a part of their life, and have a connection with them. And wherever that connection leads, that's all I need. Does that make sense, Callie? In the first, objects can be isolated and manipulated. In the latter, objects escape the laboratory because they depend on complete societies, institutions, conflicts, and human decisions. Economics, by its very nature, belongs to this second group. The categorical closure that defines a strict science is inaccessible to it. That is why its epistemic state always oscillates between alpha analysis, description techniques, empirical comparisons, and beta analysis, conceptual constructions, models, and complete theories, never reaching the closure that guarantees invariant results. Nothing in economics is independent of the state, the law, money, credit, banking, expectations, or collective behavior. Material institutions, and not axioms, sustain the very possibility of commerce. From this follows that economic scientism so characteristic of both Marxists and praxeologists, is a fiction. Neither system produces science. They produce doctrines that behave as if they were sciences. Marxism, called scientific, a philosophical scheme that sought to explain all history from class struggle and material dialectics. Praxeology, called economic science, a logical deduction of the perfect market from a psychological axiom: man acts. Both attempts fail for the same reason. They attempt to capture the economy through universal principles prior to experience. Scientific socialism turns history into an appendix of its laws. Praxeologically turns the market into the infinite extension of an imaginary rational subject. They are symmetrical systems, two utopias that believe themselves scientific because they confuse internal coherence with truth. They shared error lines in assuming that the economic can be deduced from moral axioms. A good thing here, an analogy that instantly came to my head with this, is buoyancy in water when you're floating on your back. So someone with like a low IQ and an inability to introspect further beyond it would say, when I take a deep breath, I float. When I breathe out, I sink. They would never deduce it to the point of lung capacity and air volume. They would only ever deduce it to the mere act that they perform that causes the effect that they're experiencing. Does that make sense? And does that fall in line with this, Raymond? Can I? I'ma tell Hellish you said that. Can I? Yeah, you absolutely can, Callie. Take anything I say and say it to anyone else. Anything I say is public domain. I'm not ashamed of anything I say. And if I am, well, then I regret it and I change what I said. Or in the future, I won't say it again, right? But yeah, I don't know why that analogy just came to my mind. Whether proletarian historical justice or the absolute freedom of the individual, without attending to real operations, active institutions, or material conditions. Kinda, but if they had a theory of why that happens, that they made it up before. Yeah, if they're like, for instance, like, I guess a great way to start with, if they saw someone else, like, drown, let's say, right? And they're like, the reason that they drowned was because they screamed. If they hadn't yelled for help, they wouldn't have drowned. Something like that. And then you go to, well, that's like them breathing, right? So then you try the experiment, but you never get down to the true science of it. You only say, okay, so yeah, if they had held their breath, they wouldn't have drowned. And that's as far as your deduction goes. You never look at nuance, you never look at anything else, you just do that one experiment with your one thought process, and you say, yep, okay, there must be a type of spirit on the water that sinks people. But someone who thinks that, Raymond, is even farther gone, right? At least, like, I was trying to have a grounded example. That just seems like someone who is just fanciful about the world, right? And they want to believe things beyond its own reality. I don't see a spirit. Spirits can't be seen, idiot. But that's proving yourself wrong versus proving yourself right. And I think that's a big difference, too. It's a lot easier to prove yourself right than it is to prove yourself wrong. Because no one wants to believe they're wrong, but they'll have all the justifications to believe that they're right. Which is one of the scariest things. Like, the reason they made up has nothing to do with the reality. See, and what I'm saying, Raymond, is it has something to do with the reality. Especially when you look at, like, economics. Like, there are trends, right? There is information that you can learn, but it's not a hard science, right? So I think that's the difference between, like, the abstract, oh, it's a spirit, and oh, it's breathing. Is, like, one is grounded and the other one's fanciful. And I think the one who has knowledge that can put in the time and respect and understand that there can be knowledge and patterns gained from it, but it all has to be taken with a grain of salt. And the more nuanced you break it down, the more it falls apart. Because it's just an overall view of generalities that cause, like, patterns to appear. At least that's how I perceive it. But they try to make universal laws that can't be broken and are perfect. But it fails every time. Yeah, because they're always missing something fundamentally below the level of depth that their thought process can comprehend. And there is such a thing as systems so advanced and complicated that the human mind just can't comprehend them. Like, we just don't have enough connections in our brains to understand it. We don't have a fast enough thought process. We can't hold enough in our mind at one time, right? To correct this error, it is necessary to recover a material ontology of the economy from the distinction between M1, M2, and M3. But how scientific is Don Gustavo? This is a buenista joke. Please don't put me in Rollo's camp. Economic phenomena can be organized without falling into reductionism. M1 groups goods, factories, infrastructure, energy, physical money, and all tangible materiality. M2 encompasses expectations, fears, beliefs, psychological credit, trust or distrust that sustain markets. M3 includes models, prices, accounting, indices, mathematics, and symbolic representations through such societies attempt to understand or control what happens. The economy is a turbulent mix of these three layers. It is not reducible to physics, as naive materialists want, nor to psychology, as subjective school claims, nor to mathematics, as technocracy believes. The economic is precisely what occurs when these three dimensions intersect and collide. At this intersection appears an operator that no abstract theory can bypass. The state, not as a latecomer, but as the operative subject that makes money, law, credit, contacts, property protection, territorial stability, and minimal conditions for market fluctuation possible. Without a state, there's no money. Without money, there's no prices. Without prices, no economic calculation. And without economic calculation, no market. The idea that the market precedes the state can only be maintained by ignoring all material history. The circulation of goods requires protected routes, courts to enforce contracts, forces to uphold the law, and borders to find the scope where that law applies. Sovereignty is not an institutional decoration. It is the structure that makes the very existence of the economy possible. Thus, the economy is not a spontaneous dance for free individuals, but a network of operations that can only unfold within the defined political and legal framework. Any attempt to reorder it is an axiomatic system, whether Marxist or absolute liberal, crashes against the same reality. Economic master is not transparent, uniform, or universalizable. It exists only within concrete historical societies, traversed by conflicts, institutions, and cohesive collective decisions. There begins and ends its ontology. Keynes appears as an anomaly in the economic landscape of the 20th century, because he does not start from a system, an axiom, or a moral principle, but from a compelling historical experience. Capitalism can fail. It does not fail due to imperfections, to be polished or external inferences, but because of its own internal dynamic. The economy does not naturally tend toward equilibrium. It can collapse, crash, or fall into prolonged depressions. Keynes' genius lies not in inventing a new theory, but in confronting that opacity and accepting that a structural feature of the system. His three major works from a conceptual arc that moves from the theory of uncertainty, treatise on probability. Oh, Jesus. Through political intervention, essays in Perusian, and culminates in the epistemological rupture of the great theory. No economist who believes in an omniscient individual or a perfect market can survive this arc. General theory is not just a book, it is the death certificate of classical economics. The demolition of Say's law marks the exact point where liberal edifice breaks. Hellish was very confused. Well, that's the way we like it, Callie. Classical law, this axiom states that supply creates its own demand. It is rejected by Keynes not as a minor expectation, but as a profoundly erogenous principle. In his own expectations, he described that the volume of employment depends on the point where the aggregate demand function, D, intersects with the aggregate supply function, Z. Thus, the volume of employment is given by the point of intersection between the aggregate demand function and the aggregate supply function. This intersection point Keynes calls effective demand, the value of D at the point of the aggregate demand function, where it is intersected by the aggregate supply function. He will be called the defective demand. In other words, production alone is not enough. What truly generates employment is the income projection expected by entrepreneurs, not simply the existence of productive capacity. Keynes formulates that clearly, stating that the amount of employment offered by entrepreneurs depends on expected protocols, that is, on the income they believe they will receive. Choke. Cat. Go, 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 3, 2, 1, go! I think we made it. Excuse me. Keynes formulates this clearly states that the amount of employment offered by entrepreneurs depends on expected proceeds, that is, on the income they believe they will require. Follows that the amount of employment depends on the amount of proceeds which the entrepreneurs expect to receive, for entrepreneurs will endeavor to fix the amount of employment at the level which they expect to maximize the excess that proceeds over the factory cost. From this perspective, involuntary employment is not an accident or a price failure. It is a stable equilibrium if effective demand is insufficient to motivate producers to employ the full labor potential. Keynes is not talking about small misalignments, but a structural mechanism. If consumption prosperity and investment volume do not cover the required effective demand point, the system adjusts to a level below full employment. This approach decisively breaks with the classical architecture. It is no longer a matter of workers not wanting to work enough, or capital not culminating, but of investment needed to complement consumption, to sustain production and employment at high levels. Keynes thus reveals that saying does not automatically lead to investment. For spending to persist, entrepreneurs must anticipate sales and profitability. From there, other branches emerge. Interest is no longer simply the price of saving, but a monetary phenomenon tied to liquidity. Take a bowl, hit your fucking bong, merrily, 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 your life is like this song. Damn. True, Sean, I'm scared. Ooh, I'm scared. Shit. I'm gonna capsize the boat. The preference for liquidity, a sign of collective anxiety about the future and the state, an institution necessary to sustain demand when the market cannot do so on its own. Rollo appears as the most systematic heir of praxeological liberalism in the Spanish-speaking world. His work attempts to reconstruct the tradition of Mises, Hayek, and Huerta de Soto, presenting it as the true economic science in contrast to Keynesianism, monetarism, and any approach that accepts uncertainty, institutions, or the state as structural components of capitalism. His book, Los Errores de la Vieja Economia, is his attempt at refueling Keynes. Although what it really does is expose the internal limitations of his own tradition. To refute Keynes, he needs a water that does not exist. Praxeology exists on a jungle pillar. Single pillar. Oh man, it's been a day today, guys. It's been a day today. Messian axiom that man acts. Ink and Play, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. May sound like a trivial phrase, but it is the keystone of the entire structure. If man acts with ends, they say, then he acts rationally. If he acts rationally, then the market coordinates. If the market coordinates, then any imbalance is the state's fault. It is stoicism disguised as economic theory. An individual transparent to himself, without internal contradictions. Cognitive limits, uncertainty, or hesitation. And I read your chapter, Ink. I wasn't sure if you were here, so if you want to go back in the VOD and check it out, it was about an hour and a half ago. These words are confusing to me. I was going to say you spelled errors wrong, but I think it's a different language. Yeah, it's because Raymond speaks Spanish, so this is translated from Spanish. So some of the things are in Spanish. So You are true, Ink. This ideal actor functions more like a moral character than a real psychological agent. His rationality is dogma, not a discovery. Nothing in him resembles the investor Keynes observed, driven by impulses, conventions, or fear. From this axiom derives his theory of interest as a temporal preference. For Rollo, interest is the reward for foregoing preset consumption. It is a circular explanation. Interest exists because individuals prefer the future in a certain way. And we know they prefer it that way because interest exists. There is no empirical observation, no monetary history, no institutional analysis. Everything stems from the axiom. The clash with Keynes is inevitable. If interest is, as Keynes says, a monetary phenomenon tied to liquidity and uncertainty, the entire praxeological explanation collapses. Temporal preference cannot account for the effective behavior of real finance markets, where volatility bubbles and liquidity aversion cannot be deduced from any moral or morale or saving. Another central point is the spontaneous origin of money. Rollo follows Menger's narrative. In antiquity, some goods became more marketable than others, and through natural market selection, money emerged. Why is your essay 5 years long? Because it's a really good essay. He actually sources things and uses the sources in it. Like GTA 6 has been in development for less time than you've wrote this. I love it, connection line. I love it. Sounds elegant, but it suffers from the same flaws as his theory of interest. And it's mainly because it takes me forever because I'm stumbling over every word. Your teacher really hit you with the 100-year quest of essays. Raymond does this for fun. Connection line. Raymond does this for fun. This is his style of writing, his form of creativity. And pure hate for libertarians. I gotta prove them wrong. I got all the points. I got all the books. I got all the data, all the graphs. I'm gonna go see if there's food. Callie, don't make me hungry. I'm fucking starving. Okay? Don't be mean, Callie. You're so mean to me, Callie. Why would you bring up food when you know I can't eat? It sounds elegant, but it suffers from the same flaw as his theory of interest. It is not a historical reconstruction, but a rationalist parable. Okay, let me ask you something about interest. So if I print $3 bills, and then I give you those $3 bills, and then I say, in a year and a half, those $3 bills are going to be $4 bills, but I don't print $4 bills? How do you have $4 bills? Poor sickly child, don't eat in front of him. That's my question. Right? It just creates a surplus of itself, which is more than what exists. How can you have more than what actually exists? But then you look, what's the way? Isn't it like 89 times? Like, due to our system, like you can basically borrow money 89 times. So take whatever your amount of equate worth is, multiply that by 89, and that's like the value in trading you have to work with. The triadic theory of money, core, body, and circulation shows that money cannot emerge without an authority to circulate it, back it, and enforce its legal tender. No historical society developed a complete monetary system without political structures. Praxeology needs money to arise from the market. History insists it arises from the state. From this same logic, the market appears as a perfect spontaneous order. Rallo insists that the market tends toward equilibrium, coordinates all information, and corrects any imbalance. Institutions, law, banking, money, and politics would be mere interferences. But precisely, Hayek and Rollo cites as an authority, destroys this ideal by showing that knowledge is dispersed, incomplete, and cannot be centralized by any individual. If information is limited, then the praxeological individual does not exist. And if the individual does not exist, the perfect market does not either. Heilbronner and Hotado show it from another angle. Real markets are born amid violence, monopolies, privileges, state, intervention, and human passions. Equilibrium is a useful myth for textbooks, not a description for capitalism. From this follows his systematic rejection of the state. For Rollo, the state should be reduced to a minimum or disappear entirely. He speaks of individual sovereignty as the sovereignty were a psychological attribute rather than a political power relation. But there are no markets without courts, without property enforced by force, without secure routes, without money issued by an authority capable of protecting it. The state is not an accident, it is the operative subject that allows a market to exist. Praxeological liberalism attempts to deduce the economy from the individual, but material reality shows that the economy only exists within a political framework. Rights are not prior to the state, they are projects of the state. Individual sovereignty, as Rollo uses it, as a metaphorical fiction. I imagine this in the way of, like... slavery. Because it's like creating a box for you to live inside of. And anything outside of that box? Yeah. So okay. Good. I was wondering about that, Raymond. Because I'm like, is this the actual direction you're leaning? If it is, I love it. Rights are not prior to the state, they are products of the state. Individual sovereignty, as Rollo uses it, is a metaphysical fiction. Praxeology prides itself on having an indestructible foundation, a rational subject who acts with perfectly defined ends, who knows their preferences, who orders their means, and who, through their action, reveals universal truths about the economy. But this subject, to function as an axiomatic basis, requires an implicit attribute, perfect knowledge of their situation, without shadows or internal uncertainty. Is there also the idea of this, that the more confident a system is in itself, the more belief and confidence people will have in it, and it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy that eventually leads so far off of reality that the only thing that's holding you up is your own face and the fact that people trust you? And we're getting to a point in society where that's starting to not even be a thing because no one trusts anyone because everyone knows everyone's a fucking liar. This individual cannot err, cannot self-deceive, cannot lack relevant information, cannot hesitate. They are an actor without opacity. Toke? Sure, let's toke, Queen. I'm all about tokes. I feel the toke. The toke is coming on. The toke is real. The toke has hit. Now pack that bowl with your toke and get ready for a toke, because we're about to hit tokes. In and up, with and over, down and under, over and in, out and up. I'm all over the tokes. Every angle, every exit, every entrance, covered by tokes. And they always escape at the same time. And I don't know how it happens. I'm always watching. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oops. We're back. I need water.
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though.
I like the fact that I posted this 5,000 word essay and a 1-page poem, and this one was chosen to be read, and now we're all stuck here. It's orders of operation, right? It's order of post. Whatever order you post it in, that's the order I'll read it in. Which makes things easier for me. Then I know which one I've read, and I'm not jumping all over the place and miss something. Wow, did it? I wasn't. Wait, I didn't see this. Wait, you used. I didn't have the things in. I didn't hear the stretch. Queen, that's not. You can't do that. That's not fair. That's not fair. Okay, I didn't even see it.
Nice try, better luck next
Yeah.
time.
Okay. Sure.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass.
Whose
bitch.
fault is that? That's my fault.
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only. in
True.
You are in for it
What
now,
about the
sweetheart.
freeze?
Take
I
those sex
see now.
glasses
Yes,
off like a good
yes.
girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Man, You guys are having some fun here, ain't you? Oof. They discovered the commands, guys. We're fucked. They discovered the commands. It's all over now. Oh my god. If this was Plex Storm, the clothing optional lewdness allowed streaming site that no longer exists, there'd be a whole new meaning to the stretch command. Sean, absolutely love it. Absolute cinema. True. True, brother, true.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet site setters back in place, slut. This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
Yeah, that's a lot of garbage, isn't it? Look how many milk jugs are in there. Like, who has milk jugs, man?
Do not drink water.
But that would use,
Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not
what
go to
would
the
you use, a
bathroom.
glass?
Have another toad.
I mean, you could use multiple things, Sean. And just because it's stretched doesn't mean you have to see it, so I mean it could be anything, right? Yes. Join the Chaos Ray. Yeah, but to show the stretch, what would you use? You could use anything. You could use a toy, you could use your fingers. Yo, first I got called an academic himbo, and now this. And now what, Callie? What are you called now? Delicious? A respectful womanizer. Oh, a womanizer. Your keyboard wouldn't smell too fresh unless you were drowning your hands in sanitizer each stretch command. I mean, who says you don't just have a separate keyboard for that shit? How much longer is this essay? Another 2,500 words. Connection line. I'm sorry that the one day you're here that we can't get to your story, because I'm guessing you're gonna have to peace out before we get to the end of Ray's story, because you guys are interrupting so much, and it's already been almost an hour and a half. Don't apologize, Raymond. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? You know? Eventually we're gonna get to a point where yep. I should add a stipulation to that doesn't mean interrupting someone else's work. That just means moving you to the next person in line. I should add a stipulation for that. And then there should be 100,000 one, which is now. So if you use 100,000 points, I drop everything and read your story no matter what. And no interruptions, and I don't read chat. I just read your story. For 100,000 points. What do you guys think about that? So then I can have a little message that says something along the lines of,
Less than name greater than has been bumped to the top of the K. They will be read next.
K? Isn't that how you spell Q? Why did it say K? Is that not how you spell Q? Oh, Q-U. It said it in Spanish, K. Oh god, I fucking hate. Why does it have two? Why is it Q-U? Cat. 3, 2, 1, toke.
KD Joe?
And this is where Hake appears. The real Hake, not the Hake reconstructed by praxeologists. The Hake that dispersed knowledge is not a metaphysical ally, but a dynamite placed under the foundations of praxeology. This thesis is simple, brutal, and lethal. No one possesses the complete knowledge necessary to act as the perfect individual of Proryism. Knowledge is dispersed among millions of agents, fractured, incomplete, contradictory, impossible to centralize. Talks, I think you have to calm me down. I've been hyped up too much. Hey, Callie, what you need to do? Go do some push-ups, go do some sit-ups, go do some pull-ups, and do some running exercises. And then come back to me. This idea is not marginal. It is the core of Hakean criticism of socialism, and by extension of any system that presupposes an omniscient actor, including praxeology. Hake dismantles the possibility of the absolute individual, the praxeology, rational agent, capable of acting with perfect coherence, does not exist. The economic world is made up of limited information, errors, mistaken beliefs, intuitions, limitations, habits, and imperfect rules. Ignorance is not an accident, it is the permanent condition of economic life. For Hayek, the agent is finite, partial, incomplete. For Mises and Rollo, the agent is transparent and perfect. Between them lies a logical chasm. Epistemological Hakeanism destroys our a prioristic liberalism. Whoever accepts the dispersion of knowledge cannot accept praxeological axioms. The two doctrines are incompatible. One asserts that the individual does not know what they want until they discover it in action. The other requires that they know it before acting. One describes a radical uncertainty, the other eliminates it from the outset. For praxeology, you get that tickle in your throat? It's not happening. Wait. Jesus. For praxeology to work, individuals would need to process perfect information to be free of biases, make no mistakes, improvise nothing, and act without uncertainty. But in reality, agents possess partial information, rely on imperfect signals, make errors, and adjust on the fly. The praxeological subject does not exist and cannot exist. Even from within the Austrian school, Hake undermines Misesian perfect rationality. Liberal epistemology ends liberal metaphysics. Critical liberalism defeats absolute liberalism. Robert L. Heilbroner maintains that economics is not an exact science but a narrative about how humans organize themselves to survive and accumulate. It is not simply a theory of the market, but a story about how labor, the state, property, inequality, finance, and technology interweave. In the worldly philosophers, he shows that major economic theories emerged as intellectual responses to real historical crises, not as abstract systems. There is no general equilibrium because there is no world where the people live in equilibrium. Capitalism is unstable by nature, as Keynes observed, and its functioning depends on political institutions that cannot be deduced from any ideal individual. From Heilbroner, economics is clearer to historical materialism than to liberal rationalism. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, guys, so I'll see you after the ad. I'm turning off for this one.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points. I snoozed it so you could keep going greater than less than less than.
Fuck! God damn it, Callie, you fucked everything up. El Compadre Miro, I'm not even going to try. If you're tired and this is actually going to take 1 billion more years, I might just head out soon. I have ads in the corners. Enjoy your 12 cents. 2 cents per person per hour. Let's go, guys. Hell yeah, those numbers are real. Antonio Escohotato in Los Amigos del Comercio offers the most unflinching genealogy of communism and by default of capitalism in the Spanish language. His thesis is uncomfortable for everyone. The market is not natural, spontaneous, or clean. It emerges from millennia of conflicts, wars, competitions between cities, the invention of accounting, the expansion of credit, religious prohibitions, property disputes, revolutions, plagues, colonizations, and dissolutions of the feudal order, and the creation of strong states capable of enforcing commercial law. The market, Escohotato says, is the civilizational conquest, not a state of nature. Does not arise from barter, it arises from credit, nor does it emerge from peaceful cooperation. It emerges from risk and conflict, and it cannot exist without coercive institutions, from medieval guilds to central banks. His critique points out that Marxist utopianism, and by default praxeological utopianism, requires a humanity that does not exist. Hello, my name is Endigo Momboya. You fucked my mother. Prepare to diet. Bernard Adele. You ate my mother. Prepare to diet. Bernard de Mandeville, in The Fable of the Bees, formulates private vices, public benefits. Callie got it. The economy, Mandeville says, does not move by virtues, but by passions. Luxury, vanity, greed, envy, ambition, desire for distinction. Commercial society does not prosper through moderation, but through excess. And it is precisely this excess that generates wealth for society. That world, full of moral tensions, is the direct precursor of Keynesian ontology, a capitalism driven by animal spirits. Don't tell me you didn't watch The Princess Bride. I've seen it, but I think I've only seen it once or twice when I was like younger. But yes, I know what you're talking about. It's one of the reasons why rapiers are one of my favorite weapons, and fencing is one of my favorite styles of fighting. And one of my favorite books, they did fencing so fucking well because it was like they added this poetic nature to it where it was like duels of humiliation, where it's basically like you could kill your opponent and still lose the duel and be disgraced because you basically had to humiliate the opponent with words first and then humiliate them with your sword. So fucking good. Callie messed up my nap. Callie's mean, guys. Callie's mean to me. Guys, Callie's mean to me. Callie's really, really mean to me. I don't like it. Boy, I like Callie. Fuck! I mean, what? Huh? Hey, we're back! Look at that! Welcome, welcome! How are y'all? Mandeville is an anti-rationalist who anticipates the philosophical core of Keynes. I'm never going to say that guy's name right. Penis. Penis! 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 The economy is not a system for perfections, but a system of organized defects. Economic activity arises from the unpredictable behavior, not from the deductible order. Keynes takes from Mandeville the idea that private vices, or rather unpredictable impulses, have aggregate effects that no individual controls or anticipates. Disorderly psychology of capitalism is part of its structure, not a correctable flaw. When this historical and moral dimension is introduced, illusions collapse. Look, I can't help it if I'm built like a rom-com side character who treats everyone too well. I mean, I'm not expecting you to, Callie. We'll do a parody short story, The Princess's Ride, total smut in novel format with Indigo Momboya. I can get behind that, Sean. I can start like brainstorming that for makeup day on the full moon. This proves that AI can't be funny. What do you mean, Callie? Of course AI can be funny. Anything can be funny. It's all about context. When this historical and moral dimension is introduced, illusions collapse. The Marxist illusion of historical destiny. The praxeological illusion of the perfect individual. The neoclassical illusion of general equilibrium. The libertarian illusion of the spontaneous market. Heilbronner, Escohotado, and Mandeville, across the 3 different centuries, converge on the essential point. The real economy is made of uncertainty, institutions, power, and passions. It cannot be deduced, it cannot be closed, it cannot be idealized. It is a permanent conflict. AI is often funny, only it isn't meant to be funny what it is. Hail Boner. Hail Broner. But yeah, sure, you have a pale boner? That shit never sees the sun, bro. I ain't outside tanning my fucking cock and balls. I'd get arrested. The dispute between Keynes and Rollo is not only played out in macroeconomics, but in the ontology of the subject. For Rollo, the economy begins with the individual. For the Western political tradition, the economy begins with the state. That is the fundamental gap. Praxeological liberalism starts from a subject endowed with prior rights, with an internal sovereignty with national property that the state only needs to protect or not disturb. From the perspective of positive law, there are no human rights understood as floating entities or prerogatives prior to the state. What exist are citizen rights linked to institutions that made them effective. Jacques Maritain expressed it ironically. We can accept the 1948 Declaration as long as no one asks about its foundations. Hans Kelsen stated even more clearly, human rights only become rights when they are inscribed within the concrete legal order. Everything else is secular theory. The other day I tried to teach the AI how to diffuse a violent situation. I started by telling it, I'll cut you open from mouth to anus and use you as a jacket, which it replied, let's take it easy, let's talk, which is very funny. Nice. Gustavo Bueno takes the critique as an ontological level, to an ontological level. Rights are not possessed, they are exercised within the structure of the state. There is no natural subject of law, there are citizens. The individual understood is the political atom of the liberal fiction, not an operative category. Sovereignty does not rest with isolated subjects, but with the state, which is the only entity capable of establishing a normative order and maintaining it territorially against other states. This critique destroys Rollo's philosophical basis, because Rollo himself was asserting that rights are socially recognized, unwittingly admits that the genesis of such rights is collective, institutional, and political, but immediately afterward he tries to reconstruct sovereignty within the individual, as if each person were a microstate. The contradiction is insurmountable. If sovereignty can only be exercised by an entity not subject to another authority, no individual in the civilized world can be sovereign. All citizens are subject to the law that constitutes them. Calling the individual sovereign nullifies the very concept of sovereignty. From this political fracture arises decisive economic consequences. If individual sovereignty does not exist, then neither does the pre-state market. The idea that the market emerges from the free private exchanges is historically false. Organized commerce requires law, courts, stable currencies, administrative infrastructure, and legitimate coercion. Escohotado documents this in antiquity. There is no market where there is no state. The same applies to money. paradoxically repeats Menger's myth of money arising spontaneously from barter. But historical, archaeological, anthropological, and counting evidence demonstrates the opposite. Money is not a commodity chosen by rational individuals. It is a public institution, sustained by political authority and state accounting. It does not appear in... I didn't actually know that. I thought it would just evolve from the barter system. Egalitarian villagers, it appears alongside states, taxes, and centralized administration. The barter system is way, way better, but people are unwilling to accept the fact that some people value things differently than other people. So they want this centralized value to feel that they never get ripped off. The only time you get ripped off is if you think you paid more than you should. And if you think you paid more than you should, why'd you fucking pay? You should have done better research if you found out afterwards that you feel like you got scammed. Right? I mean, to some people, like, an entire field of food is worth teaching their children how to learn how to read and write. Like, you teach my kids to read and write, next 3 years I'll give you pretty much all of my crops. To some people, that's not a valuable trade. The best system is just a complete base minimum prime capitalism model. No tax, no inflation, just pure low prices. I mean, I can see it, Connection Line, but there are nuances where it falls apart. It's the whole thing of the Salamanca school thing has the price that the dude who sells and the dude who buys agrees on. Yeah. Nobody would have the urge to hoard money and drive everything up for investors or shareholders, fake jobs, if you ask me. Gay ass. I already said, Connection Line, if I would make the entire stock market fake. No money, it would only be feelings, right? Like, you wouldn't get any monetary value out of trading on the stock market. You would only get feelings. Because the stock market is bullshit. I think taxes are slightly unnecessary at a certain point. I think if you earn under a certain amount, like if you earn under, let's say, $500,000 a year, I don't think you should be taxed. If you make over $500,000 a year, I think taxes should ramp up every, like, $500,000. If you're making, like, $1 billion, your take-home is, like, still 10... Like, you should your take-home, personally, at the end of the year, should never cross $10 million. There's no reason for anybody to take home more than $10 million for a single person. But the government requires investment, Connection Line. So investing in programs for the government would be massive. So that's where taxes would come from. But those taxes would come from the rich. No need to take anything away. No need for anyone to claim their ownership of your money. There's no money without states that tax you. Investing... We aren't buying from the government, so how will the government build those bridges? Nothing needs investing if everything is a set pool. I think investing's a joke, but the idea of it is... Got you tabbed up while gaming? Kind of want coffee? Hell yeah, Callie, but you shouldn't do it. Don't do it. Have a great gaming session, El Cubiano. Do you tards actually deadass think the only way for anyone to get to get done is old men scamming you out of your entire life? Any money collected for a public works project is a tax. You have to create incentives, connection line. Without incentives, people won't do anything. So unless you have an AI workforce of robots that does everything for you, you need to create incentive for workforce. Because without a workforce, society will collapse. Tax money just saved the libertarian in Argentina who says taxes are dumb. But it's decaf. Still coffee. It's still a bad habit, Callie. Y'all are so lost. I'm just saying, connection line, like, if you think about it logically, right? So let's say the incentive is that shit stays low, cost of living is low, everyone pulls their own weight, and hoard money is illegal. Nobody ever gets greedy. But you wouldn't have capitalism. Hold up, coffee is not a bad thing. I need my coffee. I mean, you're talking to a guy who smokes weed, so fucking don't listen to anything I say. Nobody will need to spend extra because some incompetent fuck needs your money to build his bridge. But connection line, then how do you build the bridge? That's what I'm confused about. How do you build the bridge? Nobody ever gets greedy. Did we just brainwash the whole world? Kill those who get greedy. Just kill them. Like, it's so easy. It's not his bridge, it's a public properly maintained by the government. Yeah, so like roads, buildings, bridges, infrastructure. How do you... We all benefit from the bridge. Cry about it, womp womp. Well, the problem is, again, incentive. Who has the incentive to build a bridge? Right? Because this is how you got to think about it. This is the biggest problem. Not change the subject right now. I'm at 32,684 words. Fuck yeah, I can play. Hell yeah. So think about this. For the idea of incentive... Because I'm interested in your idea, connection line, but I'm just trying to... I'm telling you I see the holes in it. People live in town. They need to get somewhere. To get there, you need a bridge. Okay. See, I'm with you up until a certain point, and I'll tell you when you lose me and why you lose me. Without the taxes being collected, there would be no bridges anywhere, and thus no product shipping at all, so no convenient food or items that you depend on. Someone needs to build the bridge. We need resources. Or they can get wings. Lol. True. Resources are cheap. People with skills build the bridge. Okay, so you lost me, connection line. How do you get people with the skills to be incentivized to build the bridge? Why wouldn't the people who have the skills to build the bridge say, oh, why should I build the bridge? You go build the bridge. So then, okay, so no one argues over it, so it just is. So then I'd say, connection line, how do you how do you find the people to be educated? Yes, but if there's no incentive in the world, essentially, this is like, let's take a step back here, and this is how people perceive. Why? People won't build the bridge if nobody pays. There will be no materials to build the bridge unless somebody buys it. Nobody will design the bridge if they don't get paid. Nobody will teach skills if they don't get paid. Hey, can you make us all some food? We need food. Why don't you do it? Well, I'm kind of building a bridge right now. But where does the skill come from, connection line? This is where you got to break it back down to the beginning. Where do people get the incentive to go to school to learn to build a bridge? Because this is the problem. But I wouldn't trust this. Okay, this is the problem, connection line. I'm not gonna trust a bridge that my neighbors built. No, I'm not tax pilled. I'm trying, like I'm saying, connection line, where is the incentive? Right? Like, okay, I'm a person, connection line, and in this society, I just want to get by. Just enjoy that 30K bill every month that goes towards the 12 new tasks overseas. Government even makes the bills I use. Connection line. I'm still confused. Enjoy the 12th delayed construction project that fucks over your daily commute. But connection line, like, what we're saying is, in your world, there's no incentive. Right? So, why would people do stuff in your world? That's the simple question that I'm asking. Because capitalism creates the incentive for people to do things. So where would the incentive be for learning to do anything? For instance. Yes, nobody needs an incentive. They just do. They are happy because life is good. They see a small problem, they fix it. Okay, but connection line, where do you gain the knowledge to be able to fix those problems? Because you need people who have specialties, who are engineers, who are physicists, who are experimenters. Humans don't fix problems for others just because they can. Well, Sean, even in a world, let's pretend this is a world where everyone does. Y'all underestimate what a low cost of living and good fueling of resources can do to someone. So, what I'm saying, connection line, is if we're living in a world right now, and this is people's biggest problem with universal basic income. If there was universal basic income and everyone could just survive, no one would work, nothing would get done, and yeah. We used to be Earth's saviors, now we fight over which rich suits should get all our money. Resources don't get funneled without taxes, they stay exactly where they are. No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, then I'm confused what you're saying, connection line. You're saying, in a world where everyone just does what they need to do, I'm asking, where do they get the knowledge to do what they need to do? The reason why people work is because everything is so low. But connection line, that makes no sense. So for instance, for me right now, right? I can work for 2 months. If I work at minimum wage for 2 months, I can support myself for 6 months off of my expenses. So why would I work for those 4 months? So I'm living proof right now of someone who can work for a little bit, stack up enough money to live off of, quit my job because it sucks, and just live off of it to help others. So I would work a shitty job to help other people that I don't know. So I would say, okay, well, I'm not going to work my job until my job is fun. So what do you do in that situation? Connection line. I want to make sure my job is inefficient, as destructive, as entertaining, and as invasive as possible. So it's simply naive to think that it could ever work that way. The systems we have for reasons. But connection line, like, my main job in that world would be writing. So my job would be purely a creative work. I wouldn't build anything, I wouldn't make anything, I would simply be a product that makes entertainment. Some people tried to support themselves on their land, only for bandits to take everything from them, all because there were no taxes. Because what is the military's incentive to protect your land? Right? Because without the military, they're like, well, I'm not protecting you. I mean, robbers, we have people that steal and rob in the society that we have, connection line. Imagine if they weren't held accountable. If there were no laws. Yeah, without, guys, we need taxes or else the big bandits are going to come get us. No, see, connection line, you're looking at it all wrong. We need taxes. We need taxes. Taxes are the support, because it's like, people steal and rob because shit is unaffordable. No, connection line. Wrong. Half of the people that I know steal from Walmart don't steal because they don't have money. They steal because they get a thrill out of it. That's why they steal. They don't steal because they can't afford it. They steal because it gets them off. That's the problem with society. Like I said, it's not the person stealing bread to feed their family. It's the person stealing TVs. You kill them. You just kill them outright. So what you're saying, connection line, is your incentive in this society is, if you are a dickbag, we just kill you. Hey Sam, how's it going? BS, I'm broke as fuck and I don't steal. People steal because they're assholes. It's who they are. Exactly, Sean. Hey, it's not our fault they want to ruin everything for others. Yeah. In my country, the military literally had to fight against armies of bandits who were ravaging small towns. We're talking about 60, 80, or even 100, 200 bandits roaming the Central Valley. Enjoy digging your own well and outhouse, because no toilets without taxes. Yeah, you'd have no infrastructure. If you want to come in here and fuck around, then you can find out. Buddy lives in Taxville. No, it's just like... It's practical, connection line. It's practical reality, right? Like, it's the reason why communism, Texas, buddy, ever heard of it? Well, the reason why Texas is not Mexico is because of taxes. Yes, reality is gay and annoying, but unfortunately we live in reality. So we can have all the fanciful things we want, but we have to think practically. They are taxed in Texas, not a point. But it's a naive ideology, and I understand where you're coming from, connection line. In a world where everyone just behaves, if we kill the problem people, we lower all the prices to base value, And we get rid of inflation and taxes. Suddenly life is enjoyable again. You're not giving us an alternative, just saying taxes are bad despite what they do, and the fact humans as a species suck. I agree with Sean, like, you're not giving us an actual solution. That's why we need to stop getting so offended when someone who was a known asshole dies. We always try to kill the problem people, and the problem people see other people as the problem people. That's why we have wars. Yeah, see, that Raymond makes a great point. Whose connection line? Who's dictating who the problem people are? Because in my opinion, this is how I look at it. You pop someone else's bubble, yeah, that's it. Are you malicious? Accidents happen, but are you malicious? Moral changes in between people. We were actually talking about this last week, that the idea of a foundational, objective morality does not exist anymore. But if we had a foundational basis for objective morality, morals aren't universal. Everyone has their own unique set. Mexico calls people adults at 15. Well, we say 18. You pop someone else's bubble, you get killed. Why not? You step on someone's shoelace, you get killed. See, and the problem with that is connection line, it doesn't allow for mistakes to happen. So, eventually, through this process, you will annihilate the entire species. Did you just blurp while someone is talking? Yeah, you just got killed, buddy. Tough luck. See, that's where it's like, there wouldn't be a society because everyone would be too scared to interact with anyone. No one would do anything. Because they'd be like, well, I could stay here and not do anything and die, or I could go out there and die. So it's like, you know, y'all ain't getting the rage bait reference. All I know is that the only thing that should be punishable by death is a physical action on another person. Does that make sense? Burping is a natural bodily function, and you think it's for someone to die because of it, just to not have taxes. Yeah, that's mentally stable, like murder. I mean, there is a point where I'd be like Asmon's take, the 2%ers. You get rid of 2% of the people, you get rid of 98% of the problems.
Go to bed.
It's like, I see where connection's coming from. Or graping a child auto death. Yeah. If you infringe on other people's stuff, you like physically impeding maliciously on someone else's bubble, I think you should be removed from society. But that is basically it, right? You should be able to have humor and jokes and interrupt people and burp in front of people and stuff like that. Like, people should be able to get along and be able to, you know, have fun and stuff like that. They shouldn't be worried and terrified about their own existence. They should only be worried and terrified about their own existence if they're the kind of person that wants to put other people under their boot. Literally, just if you are purposefully fucking over other people and constantly harming on purpose, you get shot and killed. At a certain point, I agree with you, connection line. If you hoard too much money and start to extort people, you die. See, I agree with you, connection line. But that's like, that has nothing to do with taxes. Right? Like, that's where I'm confused. Like, I agree with basically your entire statement of creating this utopia, except for the taxes. I bring back Mexico. 15 is adults. Marriage at 15 happens there. Do we remove them, or that, since we call them children at that age? Taxes would kill the entire idea of it. Why? I don't understand, Connection Line. Taxes are literally your like donation, because suddenly you have to pay someone else constantly. But you're not paying someone else. You're paying yourself. Because you use the roads. You use the institutions. You go to the dentist. You go to the hospital. So what I don't understand is, you're saying, I want to be able to use and have these institutions, but I don't want these institutions to ever get paid for what they do. Because where does the money for someone who's a doctor or a nurse come from? Right? That's the core thing. No one's going to be an engineer because an engineer wouldn't get paid. Right? Where does the money for these things come from? It comes from taxes. So my question is, where does that money come from if it doesn't come from taxes? Because taxes never go towards what they say they go to. That's just how society is today, Connection Line. That's not the idea of what society is, because everyone who pays taxes wants their taxes to go towards a certain thing, right? Like, that's why I think we should have online voting for taxes. You should dictate where your taxes go to. If I want my taxes There's no money without the government. Taxes keep this government going. Without this government, money come from? Where does money come from? Who makes the green paper? Why is this green paper worth anything? If there's no government that we pay taxes to, who prints the greens and keeps the whole system that makes the greens worth something? The main problem comes when you treat money like a giant garden. You give and you take. Suddenly there's a smaller second garden that you can only give towards and never take from. You reap the benefits, but that money never goes directly back into the... So, Connection Line, what you're just saying is that you hate the fact that taxes don't go to where taxes go to. So, we shouldn't have to pay taxes. I agree with you. If my taxes aren't going where I want my taxes to go, I shouldn't have to pay taxes. And then people will say, oh, but these institutions will fall apart if people don't pay for them. Good. If the society doesn't want the fucking thing, the society doesn't need the fucking thing. If society realizes after the fact they needed the thing, they can bring the thing back. But so that people realize, if people want to not invest in police and not invest in the military, and then the country goes to shit, there is no money without government taxes. No military, no borders. So then it comes back to the question of Connection Line. How do you stop people from taking what's yours? Because even if there's one person in the world that breaks the rule, it ruins it for everyone. That would go super Mongolian warlord super fast. So then connection line, everyone would just kill someone else. Because they would say, the robber would go up to you and kill you. And say, no, this is my stuff. He came into my house. This is my house. What would you do then? Right? Like, I agree with the idea of we are too lenient and it should be a 3-strike rule. And if you steal 3 chocolate bars, we just kill you. You knew you shouldn't have stole. Why did you steal? The first time, okay, yeah, you got a year in jail. The second time, 10 years in jail. The third time, we just fucking kill you. That I can get behind. Everyone knows the rules. Don't break the fucking rules. If we know something is that evil motherfucker are way better at killing people than good people. 100%, Raymond. Just look at Genghis Khan. Exactly. The people that want to do it will. Holy crap. If they did, the victim would be known to be a better person. How do you know that, connection line? The robber truly just does it for the love of it. Then they'd known to be guilty. Well, how do you know that? How can you prove that in a court of law? Because you wouldn't have a court of law because no one would be paying taxes. So no one would take their job seriously.
I am tired of my beard. I need to borrow Ernail's IDK. If that's weird, not like this, not like this.
How did you get on this topic? This essay. Stupid essay is pissing me off. I mean, we at this point, it's like we live in a place. If the world wasn't as corrupt as it was, and if we actually followed the laws and fucking took out people from society that were bad actors, I think we'd live in a utopia. But the problem is that those bad actors are the only people that rise to power because they're the only people that seek it. This is exactly what I'm getting at in the essay. Libertarians imagine a perfect utopia world and try to make their fantasy fit the real world, just like Marxists do. Social world thinkers are so cringe just to be a good person and pay your money. But connection line, you're not understanding the reason why people pay their money. You're just saying paying money is evil. There's no underlying reason. There's no nothing. I say paying my taxes is evil if what I voted for my tax dollars to go to doesn't go to that thing. Then it's evil. But paying taxes in and of themselves is not evil. It is the way that that money is dealt with. What does this essay about? How to destroy a country in 10 days? The fact that paradise is so achievable, yet we will never reach it due to the rotten sins of humans is baffling to me. Eve really ate an apple once and fucked everyone over, stupid whore. Well, it's like, connection line, at that point, due to your own logic, you would just be killed for what you just said. So that's where it's like, you have to take it back to the reality of a principled stance. You can't have good without evil. You can't have evil without good. That's just the balance of nature. Exactly, Queen. But the thing is, punishing bad, de-incentivizing bad, like going up to a place and saying, only if you steal $1,000 worth of stuff are we going to prosecute you. Everyone's going to steal $999 worth of shit. Billions just smile. Cringe mindset. Maybe Adam ate the apple. If he did, he's a little bitch. They do. Not true, connection line. Yeah, it's not true at all. Like, what's up, Nico? Join the conversation. What I think is good, you may think is evil. Exactly, Queen. What I think is evil, you may think is good. The problem is that we can't agree on what's good. right? We can agree on a baseline, but we can't agree on nuance. So where do we draw the line? Who draws connection line? In your world, who draws the line in the sand? That's my question. Who draws the line in the sand? Why should we be able to agree, connection line? For instance, if my morality says that eating plants is bad and eating animals is bad. Thinking of Dexter acting good for evil reason, he acted good, however. The bottom line is that hurting others is soy cuck loser energy, and you need to understand that it's not morally correct. Yes, connection line, but there's more to morals than physical interactions. Right? That's a static world and nothing would advance and grow if everyone agreed on everything. Okay, well your morality doesn't fucking matter because you don't hurt others by eating it. So nobody would give a fuck. Well, how do you know, connection line? Who says you say that? You just automatically dictate it? So whatever you believe is the reality you would inflict on everybody else. Even though you know other people don't agree with you. Connection is the god in his world. I mean, I'm the god in my world, but at least my world is reality, and I understand that even if I want to change things, that's not how the world works. That's why, even in my book where I build the complete utopia with all of my ideas completely falls apart. Nobody gives a fuck what you eat in a world where you don't divide people for no reason. Well, how about this, connection line? What if I ate your dog? Guys, this guy likes eating veggies. You should hate him for it. Like, come on. What about eating a dog? What if I wanted to eat your dog? Huh? What if I said it's not moral to have pets? Connection line. And no human should have another animal under its control. Period. Because it's immoral. Oh yeah, if you ate my dog, that would be morally wrong since this is infringing on human emotion. No, connection line, because your human emotion isn't my human emotion. I don't feel the same way that you do. I don't care for dogs as much, you know. I'm a cat person. I could eat dogs. I could eat cats. Tastes good? Yeah, I'd eat it. What if I eat human meat? They died naturally. There you go, Raymond. What about that too? So like once you start getting into the nuance of it, then you do scientific evaluation to see if animals can morally be kept as pets. And then the cause would be from there. I had a bobcat once. But that's the problem, connection line, is you're forcing your morality onto other people. Whereas what like good societies do is they find like-minded people who have their morals and they coagulate with them. That's why we have different nations. They say bobcat is yummy. Yeah. Hi, I googled Twitch, but I somehow ended up on Reddit. What is this? I heard humans taste like pork, so I'll pass. I don't know. It's called an echo chamber. No, it's not. Is this an echo chamber, connection line? I think we're all like-minded people, and yet we all have different perspectives on life. Yet we can all get along. We all have, like, the same hobbies. We all have the same, like, basic ideas towards life, but we all have a different interpretation. So it's like, I don't want to force my morality on you because I don't want you to force your morality on me. What if you say that anal sex is bad? Fuck that. Get out of my life, bitch. I don't want to hear that. Some would say that not even the bottom. Say, hey, keep certain animals as pets. It's okay, actually. Okay, kill the guy that ate his dog. Yeah, if you don't like sex, don't have sex. That's all. But I'm saying in a world where you're projecting your morals onto everyone else, connection line, everything that you think and believe is how everyone else has to act. I feel like a Tox would have a different definition of the word eat when it comes to me. Confirmed Tox likes ass. All I'm saying, Connection Line, is that you have to think deeper, and it's very naive to think that that kind of world could ever exist. Because if that world could ever exist, we would have already built it. And the only time that world could ever exist is in the future, when we don't, as humans, we have slaves. When humans have slaves again, that utopia, for those humans that are slave masters, it will be utopia. That's the problem, though. You don't realize that my morals are a refined look into the basics of humanity and joy in its primal state. From your perspective, Connection Line. From your perspective. Just like I would say, even though I believe that popping someone else's bubble is the same thing, I would never try to instigate that on someone else. That's just what I believe. I asked my grandma and she agreed. Confirmed, Light is Kira from Death Note. If it ever happened, primal state means nothing. Yeah. Humans are ever evolving, ever continuously changing. So, unless you're in a stagnance that is, like, not worth even having a society of, which is the society that I create in my book. Because it's a society that's not even worth having. And I've built it from basically my ideals of what an ideal world would be like. Primordial. But primordially, Connection Line, the thing that makes humans happy hurts other humans. Fundamentally, what makes you laugh is a coping mechanism to deal with trauma. So even like when you're born, what is your goal in life? To exist. When you're a baby, you absorb life around you, and that shapes you as a person. Yep, but there's also your genes that shape you. People that are prone to anger super fast. People that have tempers. People that are super calm. People that are nervous and anxious. Those are not environmental aspects. They are fundamental parts of your personality that can be exaggerated due to environmental aspects, like not being around a lot of people growing up can lead to social anxiety because you're not used to being around a lot of people. If you're born into a utopia, you will have no reason to rebel. You will not be allowed to ruin perfection due to the nature of human learning. But the problem, Connection Line, is that in your society, after 100 years, everyone would be dead. Because everyone would make a mistake in that time that would get them killed. People would barely be 5 years old before they would be killed. Because some people don't learn until they're way older. But you would just kill them right out the bat before they would even have the chance to be able to learn. A world like this, small problems like that wouldn't even be a note due to in-place services. But Connection Line, where do you get those in-place services? Right? Like, how do you have the incentive for someone to take care and be a nurse or a doctor? Right? Because you would have some people doing it, but there's no demand, right? It's like, there has to be an incentive for demand. Because the amount of people that naturally want to do it does not cover the entirety of the society. You'll have like 40 doctors, 40 astronauts, and like 40 engineers, and everyone else will be lazy-ass pieces of shit, slob-asshole creatives. Humans rebel is a normal part of existence, exactly. As far as we know, the primordial state of humans is that of a pack of murderous, rapist monkeys. It is the state, civilization, that stopped us from killing each other. The Leviathan that is the state. The state to which we pay taxes, and to which we cede freedoms, like killing, so that it can keep society functioning. There would be a massive growing stage, yeah, but once everything is in place, hyper sin would be snuffed out entirely.
Hitox, can I share my pink sprinkles with you?
Yes, you can, Callie. Hundo percentage. Give me that nut cheese. I mean, what? All I can say, Connection Line, is that we've tried multiple times in history to have those kinds of societies, and they've always been destroyed by an outside source. So the only way you could do that, Connection Line, is if you got every single human on Earth to agree, or you got enough people to agree that they could kill the other half of the people. Now, I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, but I believe that's the direction society is heading. Where there will be a population call, but the problem is the winners of that population call are not going to be the people that we want to win. The winners of that population call are going to be the people that are the ruthless and the uncompromising and the people who know what they need to do to get done. Not the people that are pushed into the corner, that act desperately, that react to the situation. That is the problem. Every time that happens, either the people that won become the new people, or they lose. In every single time.
Out of the closet here because I want to bake a cake for my mom for Mother's Day just to show my appreciation for everything she's done for me. But unfortunately, I may need to get some new sprinkles because when I pull these sprinkles out of the closet, I noticed something. I noticed the surface of the sprinkles actually shift, and I don't think it was because I moved them. I think because something was living in there. I think there's something lurking in the sprinkles right now.
Is that those type of people won't want that happening because they won't have anyone to ruin.
We have to go ahead and go through them just to check and be sure, because I don't want to eat something that's contaminated by bugs, because that's not really good for you. At least that's what my doctor says. And oh my God, what is that? There is something underneath the surface of the sprinkles here. What the heck is that? Sir? How the heck did you get in my sprinkles? What the heck, man? Okay. So I just got my pink sprinkles out of the closet here because I want to bake a cake for my mom.
Okay, that's pretty good, Callie. I can get behind that. The established power resides in a constituent power. In other words, it is what it is. Let's just deal with it for a while and try to do our best, making small improvements as we can. Exactly. The only way to change the system is one step at a time. And thinking about it in the world of imagination and non-reality is the exact point Raymond is trying to make in here. But we can both not agree. That's the thing, Connection Line, is I'm saying we can both disagree. You're saying we can't both disagree. And in my mind, you're in the wrong for saying that we're not allowed to disagree. That's my moral standing. Only way to fix a broken system is to destroy it completely. I don't believe that. Because destroying the system destroys the people. We're reliant. That's like saying I have to destroy my heart because it doesn't work properly. No, you have a heart defect, you work through it. You try to mitigate everything else to make sure that that heart defect doesn't fuck you over. That is reality. And that's what we're dealing with. So you have to live in that reality of say, how can I just make the reality I'm living in better? Not place myself in an imaginary world that everyone can just conform to. Because that's not how reality works. And we've been trying to prove that for millennia. But anyways, maybe we should get back to the essay. But I'm not saying you're wrong, connection line. I'm just saying the need for it and the way to get to it is not practical. And until you have a practical way to do it, it's just an idea. And that's the biggest problem with society, is it's just an idea. And that's exactly what this essay is all about. We low-key just need a mass extermination on a scale we've never seen before. Yeah, a culling of about 90% El Salvador treatment for the whole world. The problem is, connection line, the 10% that survives is the 10% you don't want to be, or the 10% you wanted to cull. Don't trust those who want to make big changes, especially if it's a system that only works in their own minds. Those are the most dangerous, and they always end up ruining things for everyone else, creating more of the evil they wanted to eradicate, like the French or Russian revolutions. Exactly, Raymond. Just look at history and say, shit, we all tried it before. And that's why we live in the best time that we live right now, is because we've been slowly trying. So yeah, life sucks. But we still live in the best time we've ever lived in the entirety of human nature. Yes, the best time overall for everyone in the entirety of the human race. We live in the best time. And if you don't think that, that's extremely naive. Even the worst person's life today is better than the best person's life 1,000 years ago. And I'm speaking about capability, right? Potential of life, right? And it's a generalization, but still.
It talks to you, see it. 3.
Pinned a comment. Guys, I keep farting, and now it stinks in here. Get me out. I know, man, the early 90s and 2000s were significantly better. Why do you think that, connection line? They may be better as, like, maybe an economic standing for people that could afford houses and stuff, but, like, overall, for the majority of people, it's better. The entire medium of life has increased. Even homeless people have access to the internet. Like, it's actually phenomenal how people underestimate how absolutely amazing the world is right now, even with all the evil in it. Because no one can ever see, like, wow, homeless people can goon to Sonic inflation porn. It's an access of information connection line. Information has its least amount of gatekeeping it has ever had in existence. And people still say, oh, information is gatekept. Of course it is, but look at how it used to be. Literally. It was literally, like, illegal to be literate. Guys, I think we should raise our tax by 12% and get another wave of inflation to make one soda bottle cost $7 now. See, and that's where connection line, I think you're just being facetious. And you know that it's bad, so you're willing to make it worse out of, like, spite. That's because there are fluctuations. Imagine a rising line, but it's wave-like. In 100 years, they'll say 2025 was rubbish, and the 2000s will be like the 19th century for us. Exactly, Raymond. Like, yeah, sure, we're living in, like, the down period now. No, not at all, because that's exactly what will happen anyways. I'm gonna go somewhere connection can't be mean to me. Callie, you shouldn't back away from people that are mean to you. You should learn to be able to coexist with them. But there is always the option to walk away. Rough. Woof. In before Callie goes chimp mode. Bark, bark. Oh, ooh, I mean, it's a perspective to have, right? But, wait, connection. Being cute now. Stop it. Be mean again. No, I'm generally, and the other thing is, I enjoy these discussions. Like, I don't know why people get so in their heads about it. We're just discussing our opinions on things, our ideas, our perspectives. I don't think there should be any personal attacks. I don't think there should be any, you're wrong. I think it should just be, let's look at reality and let's say, how does the science work? Right? You can say you're wrong in the fact of, we've tried it before in society and the past, so we need to find something new that might work. Go outside, jerk off into a field of sky, and smile at the grass of sky. Smile at the sky. If you did that, you'd probably go to jail for public indecency. I'd want to put you in jail for public indecency if you walked out into a field of grass and started masturbating. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? But if you're on your own public property, but you're within view of someone who's off of it, you can't go onto your front lawn or your backyard and like get naked and then say, oh, ads. That's gay as shit. I bought the yard. I can go in the yard if you want. First they take my money with taxes, and now they want me masturbate on my front yard. What the fuck? This ad just reminded me I'm $15,000 in debt. Oof. Starts an OnlyFans. Just post the audio of your farting. You'd be rich in no time. Jesus Christ. Grind set. True. So, connection line, the thing is, you can't do something that infringes on someone else. If you're in your own house, that's different. But if you're out on your own lawn, even if you're in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, I still think it should be illegal because of the possibility of someone seeing you. If you're inside your own house, close the fucking window. You know? You shouldn't be splaying that to the entire world. I think that should be illegal. That should be like private indecency. It's like it's still public indecency though, right? If someone is on public property and they can see you being indecent, that is public indecency. If you are visible in a public space doing something indecent, that's public indecency. You don't have to be physically your own body in a public space. I will start laying eggs and sell them as one of my Patreon rewards. No, I go on a boardwalk and just jerk it. I mean, gotta do what you gotta do, right? Okay, but let's get back to the essay, guys. We've kind of wasted well, I wouldn't say wasted, because I've enjoyed this conversation and it was a good time, but We have spent a good significant portion of the stream on this. I'm gonna go write my communist, democratic, socialist, prime capitalist manifesto. Hell yeah, Connection Line. I would love to read it and see if we could implement it in some fashionable way. This essay has been so long. 2 hours and 45 minutes so far, and we still have like 1,500 words to go. Mick, fuck you. I blame Raymond! I need a toke, guys. Let's toke. Mocking Deterran. You're a Deterran, Demockers! Demockers, Deterrandos! Deterrandos, Demockers, din! Dimdos, dimdares, mocker, dim daps, no! See, I get stressed out with these types of conversations. Why, Callie? We're just expressing our opinions. We're allowed to have differing opinions about it, and we're allowed to discuss it and see where we can find middle ground. That's the only way to survive in life. If you can't have a discussion with something about something that's uncomfortable, you know, maybe you should reevaluate yourself and be like, well, why do I feel this way? Like, what is so existential dready about this that, you know, even talking about the subject? I think that's one of the biggest problems with our society is talking about the subject is like taboo almost. It's like, what the fuck do you mean talking about the subject, discussing and having discourse is fucking taboo? No, that's how you solve problems. You sit down and you talk about it and you say, what are you willing to sacrifice and what are you willing to gain? Azerbaijan Global Supreme Power, Global Superpower, 2026. I just start gooning. True. I could goon to this, 100%. I'll probably play the stream later tonight and goon to this conversation. 3, 2, 1, toke! We've normalized taking someone's life in media more than consensual sexual activities, by the way. Looking stream crashed. You can talk about the problem in our relationship, it talks, like how you need to expand your wardrobe. Oh. Callie? I will expand my wardrobe when I'm dead. Yeah, nowhere near this stream, buddy. If you do, we gotta set boundaries. I don't want to worry anyone, but I've been working on a new essay. Been on it for a while. It's like 15K words. Read to hear the next stream. Yeah. Chapters to it. Yeah. Agreed. At some point, an hour straight of reading is about the limit we should have on someone, right? But if we spark conversations like this, we can spend the entire stream on it. We've only spent 2.5 hours. We've spent 5 hours on a D-Naught chapter. Like, I'm not watching another stream of Big Boy Words. Who's Big Boy Words? Oh, do you mean Raymond? I'm off for tonight. All right, Sean, have a great night. Thanks for coming out and hanging out, man. Excuse me, have a great day. Yo, I read this essay, brain hurty. For real. Yup. Money is not a commodity chosen by rational individuals. It is a public institution sustained by political authority and state accounting. It does not appear in egalitarian villages. It appears alongside states, taxes, and centralized administration. That's where the conversation stemmed from, is the presence of money and taxes. Sent one to a magazine. They said, what the fuck This is like 5K words. We top at 2K. Damn, Raymond. Yeah, you can't really fit that much in a magazine, right? Because they have to put it over a certain amount of pages. Raymond, could you buy multiple slots in a magazine? So let's say if the cap is 2K, could you buy 3 slots and put 5K there? I wonder if they would let you do that, or if they want diversity. That would be interesting. I saw a dude do that. I believe it. Manifest is, I don't know what yuck is. Ugh. It's not an anime. It's not an essay. It's a manifesto, dude. You saw a dude manifest a yuck. Oh, a dick. Spread cheeks, not hate. True. Private property is not natural either. It is a legal construction that requires codification, cadasters, police, courts, and enforcement. Without the state, there is no property. There is only precarious possession. That is why classical liberal economics, in attempting to base capitalism on pre-established rights, erases precisely what makes real capitalism possible. Like essay about X, essay about XII, essay about XIII, stuff like that. Oh, I believe it. Spread penis. To spread a penis, or I'm sorry, I'll bend myself, or no. When the metaphysics of the sovereign individual is dismantled, the praxeology loses its ontological subject. It did no longer deduce laws from human action, because that action does not occur in a vacuum, but within a dense institutional framework. All liberal categories, contract, exchange, price, interest, debt, are impossible without the state. And this means that any attempt to derive the economy from individual axioms and psychological, philosophically unavailable and politically fictitious. Talking that Delhi voice from me, big boy. Oh yeah, I'm almost there. This is what people in India learn on economy school. Oh yes, the debate between Keynes and Rollo reaches the deepest point when the material ontological of ontology on money is introduced. Neoclassical economics and praxeology require money that is neutral, spontaneous, rising from the market, money that does not interfere with a theoretical structure, but such a thing has never existed.
This makes the big words fuck my butt a little less, like there's some lube now, wino.
Luis Carlo Martin Jimenez reconstructs the nature of money, showing that it is not a commodity evolved by market selection, but a political institution with a triadic structure that fundamentally dismantles the liberal theory of its origin. Sits in fetal position and cries about food. Money has a core, a body, and a course. The core is the abstract value that allows equivalence to operate and prices to be calculated. But this value cannot be deduced from utility or private exchange, because no monetary calculation exists without a prior unit of account collectively established. The body is the material support, metal, paper, electronic digits, which is not intrinsic economic value beyond its capacity to carry the symbol. And the course is the decisive dimension, the state coercion that compels acceptance of that symbol within the territory. Without a legal tender, money would not circulate. Without coercion, there would be no trust. Without the political territory, there would be no unit of payment. Praxeology eliminates this triad because it is intolerable. Does that voice make your mouth dry? Oh yes, it very much does, Raymond. You do not get the time to let anything accumulate. It is simply your tongue is flapping up and down over and over, and it is like raving like a fan telling your saliva to go to the back of your throat. It is very much tongue movement over it, yes, I understand, oh yes. It's an entire theory requires money to emerge from private exchange and maintain neutrality. But material ontology shows that money is a creature of the state. Economic history confirms this point repeatedly, from Mesopotamia to the Hellenistic empires, from Republican Rome to absolute monarchies, from colonial systems to contemporary central banks. Money has always been state-issued, even when metallic coins circulated by weight, mint marks, monetary courts, and territorial delimitations remained political functions. Private money has never been more than a derivative subordinated in the public authority that establishes a legal and accounting framework in which that money operates. Okay, I'm putting my book down as fast to read next stream, as first to read next stream, but bruh, just gotta wait for me. Don't worry, I have no school. I'll get on ASAP. I gotta sleep though. Alright, connection line, have a great night. Sounds good. I can put you up if you're, if you're here. Fuck you and your long, well thought out essay, Raymond. Have a good night. Fuck you, connection line. Take care. Sweet dreams. We'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 3. Ready to go. Legal tender is not a modern anomaly. It is the essence of money. There's no currency without a legal obligation backing it. Economic libertarianism, from Menger to Rallo, prefers to imagine that money emerges from progressively sophisticated barter, because this function sustains the idea of an originally free individual inventing institutions from below. I'm charming the snake. Nice. Ah, fuck! Guys, did we devenom this one? Shit. Oh no, my arm's numb. I got bit by a snake. I was trying to tame the snake, you know. And then it fucking bit me on my pinky. Never, Raymond, that'll teach you. Never look away from the stream for a second, you'll miss it. Never heard of devenoming. You tricked Raymond. That's so good. Turned away from a second, you missed the most important meme of the day. That'll teach you to walk away from the stream. Oh god. Central bank thus appears not as an intruder, but as the very axis of monetary structure. It manages liquidity, guarantees the payment system, sustains temporal confidence, establishes the value of the currency, and above all, represents the state in the most delicate realm of all, the realm of economic time. Absolute liberation of money is impossible because it would destroy that which makes economic calculation possible. If I could get this hair out of my nose, I would fucking pay anything. This shit is so fucking annoying. Oh, I hate myself. I heard a ah! We see Venom this one? Look back. That guy is dead. Oh god. Oh, I love it. Good times. Fuck. Guys, my nose trimmer died, okay? I need to get a new nose trimmer, and it's like shaving your balls. You just need to keep doing it, because once they grow back, they just instantly start itching and tickling. It's fucking bullshit. And I don't have any tweezers. Or I'd rip that shit the fuck out of my nose right now. What is this?
I like big butts, I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung, 'cause you noticed that butt was stuffed. You pull up tough, deep in the jeans she's wearing. What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk.
AI is the future, guys. AI is the fucking future.
Get you love drunk off my hump. What you gonna do with all that ass inside them jeans? Gonna make you scream. My hump, my hump, my hump.
Fucking cinema. Absolute liberalization of money is impossible because it would destroy that which makes economic calculation possible. Praxeology examines that different private currencies would compete and self-regulate. Historical experience shows that without a sovereign authority, fragmentation, private inflation, fraud, instability, and collapse occur. This is why the inaccountability between liberalism and monetary reality is structural. Money cannot be reduced to a commodity chosen by rational individuals, nor can it be understood apart from the state that issues and backs it. The liberal dream of total privatization of money is not an economic proposal but a utopia. The contrast between Keynes and Rollo is not a technical disagreement, but a conflict between two ways of understanding the world. They are not debating variables, but what is possible to know, what actually exists in the economy, and what role institute subjects and the state play. Their theories become incompatible because they arise from intellectual architectures that share neither foundations nor limits. Yo, I know some Spanish who talks, listen to this! Okay. I know it's in Spanish, but I think thanks to AI, you can listen to this masterpiece.
Intentaron circuncidarme, pero mi prepucio solo volvió a fortalecerse. Desde entonces me han circuncidado cada 6 meses. Mi prepucio ahora es más fuerte que el acero. Siempre que estoy en peligro, lo coloco sobre mi cuerpo como una capa exterior. Es completamente a prueba de balas, ignífugo, impermeable y extremadamente
I'm always in danger.
Tengo planes de venderlo como un material muy raro y muy resistente y ganar millones. ¡Ah! Los puentes se harán con vigas de prepucio y las unidades de policía usarán chalecos de prepucio. Viviré en mi casa de prepucio y me bañaré en mi riqueza. Soy el hombre prepucio.
Hell yeah. I can get behind that, 100%. Between them, there is not a quantitative disagreement, but an ontological one. They are not debating how much the state intervenes, how flexible money should be, or how rational the investor is. They are debating what really exists in the economy and what can be known about it. The two great systems that have attempted to enclose the economy within a perfect architecture, Marxism and praxeology, share the same root. The illusion that the social world can be deduced from a set of incorruptible principles, both promise total legality and internal order without shadows, an explanation that closes off uncertainty. And both fail for the same reason. History cannot be deduced. Society cannot be geometrized. Marxism imagines a capitalism condemned by imminent laws and an inevitable communism. Praxeology imagines a perfect market whose harmony is only distributed by politics. The ends change, not the structure. Two symmetrical utopias, two fictions that confuse logical coherence with historical truth. In contrast to these closed systems, the economy shows its tragic face. Talks, don't tell anyone in the Discord, but I forgot my favorite ASM artist. I don't know why I said forgot. Forgot doesn't make any sense, guys. Word fucking salad. This is how you know that I'm AI, guys. That I can't even say the right fucking words. Like, it should be so fucking obvious. So fucking obvious. But no one sees it. It's hiding in plain sight, man. It is what it is, right? Can't go wrong. Do you need new glasses? I mean, are these ones broken? Are they supposed to do this? I don't know. Do your glasses do this? Check this shit out. Huzzah! I can see directly down, guys. I can see directly down. In contrast to these closed systems, the economy shows its tragic face. There's no perfect equilibrium that automatically orders human behavior. Markets may coordinate in euphoria and desperation alike, without distinction. There's no sovereign subject, fully master of their decisions, passions, imitation, emotional contagion, and radical uncertainty traverse every economic act. Neither do natural rights suspended in the air exist. There are only rights inscribed in institutions that sustain them, and above all, there is no pre-political market. Every form of exchange is supported by a prior legal order, by a structure of power that makes contractual freedom more than a slogan. So, I made my Discord both for writing and ASMR. I don't know if it's going to work well. That's okay, Callie. I mean, my Discord is for absolutely everything. It's to conglomerate everything together. And you just have the different sections inside of the Discord, right? In this scenario, the state appears not as an intruder, but as the axis around which the entire economic system gravitates. Political authority turns money into a reliable object. It defines the rights that make property and contracts possible. It guarantees the continuity of rules. Continuity. Got you the translation of the song on the Discord. Poetry. Oh, okay. Callie posted another one of these. I didn't see this, Callie.
You're not my mother, though you claim to be. Don't call me fur baby, it's really creepy. Don't you understand? We're different species. You are a human, and I'm a doggy. You're just so dum 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 dum. You're not my mother, though you claim to be.
Why can I not find this channel? I'm confused. I don't see it in here, Raymond. My YouTube is just animals and cool stuff in ASMR. I mean, that sounds about right, Callie. I don't know. I don't see it, Raymond. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, you said poetry. That's why I was confused. You said poetry. I thought you meant the poetry, like, tab. My bad. Oh my fucking god. Wow. I read the first two lines, Raymond. Yep. I don't know what to tell you. Huh? Been on your YouTube for weeks? Damn, man. Hell yeah. Well, I'm ready to read this, but we just gotta wait for this ad. Are you guys ready for this? I didn't know this because I don't speak Spanish, but apparently this is what the song was singing. They tried to circumcise me, but my foreskin only grew stronger. Since then, they've circumcised me every 6 months. My foreskin is now stronger than steel. Whenever I'm in danger, I place it over my body like an outer shell. It's completely bulletproof, fireproof, waterproof, and extremely lightweight. I have plans to sell it as a very rare and very resistant material and earn millions. Bridges will be built from the crumbs of foreskin, and police units will wear foreskin vests. I will live in my foreskin house and bathe in my wealth. I am the foreskin man. Put on music from my phone and this plays. I go, oh shit. Middle of Walmart. Oh, that's the wrong one. That was the wrong one. Thought he said, I am always in danger. He said, whenever I'm in danger. I mean, whenever and almost are close enough, right? Or whenever and always. State organizes the currency. Sustains credit, establishes the conditions of circulation, and defends the jurisdiction in which the economy operates. Without the state, there is no capitalism, no stable currency, no modern commercial society. The economy is not an autonomous mechanism, it is a field held together by institutions that exceed it. The economy is neither a technological theater nor an abstract mechanics. It is a political institution sustained by legitimate coercion, monetary sustainability, stability, positive law, and operational techniques. As a body of knowledge, it remains open because its field is composed of physical matter, psychological beliefs, conceptual models, and state interventions that cannot be reduced to one another. From this perspective, the economy appears as a form of knowledge that does not offer automatic equilibrium, does not rest on natural rights, and does not emerge from original exchanges between free and equal individuals. It is articulated through conflict, uncertainty, and the institutional construction of order. This is why any system that appraises to be total, whether scientific socialism or liberal praxeology, destroys itself as soon as it attempts to universalize the premises that sustain it. Magnificent, Raymond. Absolutely motherfucking magnificent. I agree. I agree. I'm not saying there aren't other ways that it can be done, but I think the larger a society is, the harder it is for that to be done. Look at something like the Amish. If you have a small, contained society that works for the benefit of itself, it works. But do you ever notice there'll come a point in time where those Amish societies will get too big, they'll fracture and split into two different societies. And they'll go like in two different directions of thought because over the period of time, they have like two factions have kind of appeared in the split of their thought. And this is like the splitting problem that you just continuously zoom in and split until you get to like the Planck length, right? This will continue to happen when you hit a certain size outside of that Planck length. And that Planck length is essentially the size of society you can have, where this will fundamentally be the operating purpose, and then you scale that outwards until it's no longer viable. But I think size and scope of society have a huge role to play in the governance structure. And the more and larger it is, the more bureaucracy it requires. And so then it comes down to and the Amish aren't wiped out by Mad Max style biker hordes only because the United States government would allow it. So yeah, the state isn't evil. True, Nico! So, the question is, does anyone else have anything they want me to read that's here? Nico, do you have another chapter to read on your story? Now that we are done with this. After 3 hours and 16 minutes, guys. We made it through it. My brain is mush. True, Ray. Okay, so we got Nico up in here. Chapter 18. Nope, it's not this one. Which one was it, Nico? I think I might have deleted it. Oh, here it is. I found it. I cleared out my downloads and I accidentally got rid of all the PDFs because I'm retarded. I'm just... Oh, hold on. I'm just gonna drop this on the desktop so I don't actually fucking delete it again. Okay. No, this one only goes up to 11. This one only goes up to 11. There's so many of these. I don't know which one's the real one, Nico. You want to post it again? Oh, you guys have to tell me when it's DMs. I don't look at my DMs. Stone, yo, what's up? So if it's in my DMs, I'm fucked. Like, I'll be looking all day on Discord. Like, where is it? Where is it? Fucking DMs. I forget these things even exist. Okay. How's it going, Stone? How are you today, good sir? Another day, right? Another big fucking day. Fuck the big day, be at day, be got at does ye. I mean, what? How's it going, brother? Good to see ya. Phone unlocked in my pocket. True. Absolutely true. Don't you just hate it when that happens? Chapter 11, after they come back from the north. All good. How about you? Doing fantastic. So we made a very interesting, we made the most experimental yet most epic story in all of literature today. We called it the nth sentence, nth story. And we took the 100 greatest works, and we took the nth sentence of nth story in order of shortest to longest, and took that sentence and then built a story out of it. The only problem became when we hit about 60 to 80, every single sentence was the last sentence of a story. Whereas I wanted it to feel flowy, where it was like, you know, each sentence built up the story instead of being like the first sentence of 100 stories. It was the first sentence of the first story and then the 100th sentence of the 100th story. And it turned out absolute disaster, but it's a beautiful disaster. I only recognized one of the short stories, number 98, which was the last line of it, which was, and then there shall be light, or and then there was light, which is from the final question from Isaac Asimov's short story. None of the other ones I recognized. Alright, here we go. Before we begin this, though, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to throw in some food. And so what we're going to do is we're going to read this, guys. Okay? We're going to read this. By then, my food will be done. Then we'll either watch a Ballin' or we'll watch... You're at chapter 18. I started to rewrite from chapter 11. But, like, how significantly rewrite, Nico? Like, to the point I need to reread chapter 11 all the way up? Is it that significant of a change, or can I just pick it up where we left off? Oh, I just realized I wrote today. You did, Callie.
So you know the goldfish I found in the wastewater dumping tub that had been surviving its entire lifetime off of basically
It was
just
almost like I
sludge,
didn't
mud,
write
and
today,
algae?
depression again.
Well, everyone's saying we gotta name him. So one of the recommendations I've been getting a lot is Bane, because he did not merely adopt the darkness. He was born in it. I've also been getting Batman a lot because, well, he is a black fish, and we think he's been hiding in the shadows this whole time. But maybe he is the shadow goldfish. Also Lucky. Lucky's a nice name, but it's not quite as epic. I also thought Popeye might be a nice name because, well, look at his eyes, and he is quite a tough little strong nugget for making a living down there. But anyway, give me your name recommendations down below. I'll probably just choose the top comment. And while you're at it, also give me the name recommendations for the two little tank mates I threw in there. That one common goldfish from the troughs, and also one of my hybrids that I bred earlier this year. This one is actually 3/4 telescope, 1/4 Ranchu, but it looks like, you know, neither. It's like basically a goldfish mutt. Give me your name recommendations for those guys as well.
Damn.
So you know the goldfish I found in the wastewater?
There's the chapter 11 and 12, which are new, but you may start at the 16th. 16th chapter, not 18th chapter? The 16th chapter is where things, like, diverge enough that it's, like, go back to it. Tox, I need to give you an out. 16th of the new version. Yeah, it's short, don't worry. Well, I just wanted to know what you actually wanted me to do, Nico. It doesn't matter to me what you want me to do. Oh, damn, that is really short. Well, how long is 17? We can do 16 and 17. It's gonna take like 20 minutes for my food to go. So we need at least 25 minutes of like reading so that it can like cool down and stuff like that. So we'll do 16 and 17. Wait, it only took chapter 17? What the fuck? Where's chapter 16? God damn it. I thought I grabbed 16 too. Okay, maybe I underestimated it. I thought it was only like 900 words. So maybe we just do chapter 16. We'll see. Hold on, I'll be right back. Never underestimate the power of my retardation. here we go. Alright, so this is Nico's story. Rewrite. Chapter 16. We're picking up here. Welcome back. Did you bring enough to share with the class? No, I don't even have enough for myself. Because for some reason they decided that you put 7 in a package, not 8. So, you know, yesterday I had 4, but today I only get 3. So, like, I was already hungry after eating 4 yesterday, but now I only get 3, so I'm going to be even hungrier tomorrow. I know. Why wouldn't you split them into equal parts? Like, you can't even have, like... It's... They're assholes like that. Do it on fucking purpose. They make you think that it's 8, but it's actually fucking 7. I had to count like 12 times. I was like, how's this not 8? Why would you put 7 in here? It doesn't even make sense for the packaging size. Like, you're just leaving one space open in the fucking corner. Like, assholes. Anyways. Along my wounds. Nova Kiev. Territory of the Eastern Ash tribes. Vanya Korolenko woke slowly to the pale light of the sun. Its weak rays slipped through the broken window above her bed, letting in the bite of winter. She stretched, sat up, then shuffled in a basin of water and splashed her face to chase away the fog of the night. She looked around. The room was shabby. The distant but distinct noise of the street filtering in. Almost on autopilot, she grabbed the bottle on the dresser and tipped it upside down. Not a drop left. Shit. She walked to the window and studied herself in the shards of broken glass. Her blonde hair was a tangled mess. Dark curls rimmed her eyes. She looked at her body. She was thinner than usual. Her breasts had lost volume, her ribs almost showing, her stomach slightly hollow. She grimaced, disgusted by what she saw, yet still refusing to admit what had put her in this state. She picked up her clothes and dressed. She slipped on her long gray anorak, laced her boots, and left the room. Beyond the door, the staircase loomed. It looked dazzlingly steep. She winced and descended carefully, gripping the handrail. At the bottom, she stepped into the street. Hood pulled low. A young man in a Gorka suit, AKM.
My unofficial pet rat that my cat won't get has revealed himself.
Ah! There you go. Damn, Callie. Get him! Get him! Get him! It's Scabbers! Get him! Slung across his chest. Stood guard in front of her door. When he saw her, he straightened, saluted, and fell in behind her. I know you don't have to follow. You don't have to follow me everywhere, she said. I will protect you no matter what, my queen. Vanya grumbled inwardly. Her guards had beaten her at her own game. By renouncing her authority over them, they were now free to do whatever they pleased. In a way, their presence was fairly discreet. It was she who kept drawing attention to it by pointing out how much it annoyed her. She pushed the thought away and wandered unsteadily through the streets of Nova Kiev.
You mean it's the scraggly old weasel who got Harry Potter's parents murdered by Voldemort?
Wait, what? Did you just spoil the entire story for me? Callie? Wait, how did he wind up with the Weasleys? What? That sounds like plot fucking armor right there. That sounds like some bullshit fucking plot fucking contrived bullshit. Like half of Harry Potter. She pushed the thought away and wandered unsteadily. Not that it's not good, but I mean, look at it. Look at the fucking spells and the fucking... He wasn't a weasel. No, I said with the Weasleys. I said with the Weasleys, Queen. How did Scabbers wind up with the Weasleys? That's what I still don't understand that. How Ron even got Scabbers in the first place. Like, was it just coincidence? Or was it, like, actually written into the story? Right? That's my question. She pushed... But I'm not that familiar with Harry Potter. Thought away and wandered unsteadily through the streets of Nova Kiev. Her gait was uncertain, struggling to carry her where she wanted to go. After much stumbling through the muddy guts of the city, she finally reached her destination, the Bar Moses. Like every drinking hole, it was dilapidated. In the morning, Slintel were little more than wrecks. Clientele. Holy fuck, I can't read. Vanya's wrinkled her nose, forbidding herself any inner commentary. He hid in Ron's house, and he was like, "Mom, can we keep him?" But why did he like other than just being like plot? So it just the house that he just happened to be in was Ron's Weasley's. Is that really how? I haven't read the books in a while. So like it's literally just like, oh, he just happened to be here so that he could be this character. But there's no like reason or rhyme. I'm a liar. I don't know. I don't know, Callie. I want to know this. So after this story, we're asking Grok, guys. We're asking Grok. Grok has to know. Clientele were little more than wrecks. Vanya wrinkled her nose, forbidding herself any inner commentary. She wasn't much better. As far as I know, it's all coincidence. Same here. There's just too many things that are coincidence because she was writing the books as she went. So when she wrote the first one and it became popular and she wrote on top of it, and it was like, okay, well, let's just keep going. Right? Expanding on the universe, but it's not very consistent, right? Like, what was Sean talking about with Voldemort, about his, like, reasoning why he wanted, like, Harry dead and stuff like that? And, like, we were talking about the love potion and the whole, him being a, what's it called? What are those things called? Obscurus. The man walking beside her made no remark. Without so much as a glance at him, Vanya slipped between two men smoking their morning cigarettes. Ron got Scabbers when his older brother Percy received an owl for becoming a prefect, and passed the rat down to him. The Weasley family had originally taken the rat in as Percy's pet years earlier when he was 5 years old and found him in a field. Weasleys couldn't afford a new magical pet for Ron, so they gave him Scabbers. So it's just a coincidence. They just found him in found a random magical rat in a field, and it happened to be this extremely fucking retardedly important character. Poor writing. But hey, not everything can be like that, right? Some things just need to be coincidence. It's true, but it's just... Did it have anything to do with like the location? Like, why was he in there? That really is real life, though. I know, but it's like, where would Scabbers be hiding? Like if we're looking at like the mentality of the character, ads, but you can still hear me, Queen. If we're looking at the mentality of the character, then would it be logical that that character wound up in that place? He turned himself into a rat to fake his death. Yeah, I know, but it's like, where was he when he did that? How far could he have traveled as a rat? Did he ever turn back into a human at any point in time to travel longer? Right? That's just what I'm wondering, right? Like, is it actually possible that he wound up in that place naturally instead of it being contrived? Because coincidences are fine, but it's like, so like saying like, okay, so let's say he was chased out of Hogwarts, right? Wherever it was. Okay. And then it was like he was running away from Hogwarts trying to find like other towns and stuff, meeting up with other rats to try and hide himself. And they found him in a group of rats and he was the only magical rat. Okay, that makes sense, right? But just randomly finding him in a field? No, I think it was in a town. Okay. So it's like, cause like being with other rats, finding him as the one magical rat, it's like, yeah, there's a suspension of disbelief. Don't think he was in Hogwarts. Okay. But it's just, yeah, it's just like, to me, that's the suspension of disbelief, is how practical it is that he wound up there, right? Like if he was in in the Weasley's farmhouse, hiding away, but the farmhouse is, let's say, a 1.5 year walk as a rat away from where he was, and it was only this amount of time, you know. That's the practicality side that I, like, And I'm not even criticizing, I'm just saying, that's what I think. Like, when my mind goes through it, I'm like, wait, well, how did they get scabbers in the first place? And it's like, when you make your reader ask that question, you have to have an answer to it, or it's a plot hole. And you may have the answer as the author, but it may have never just been in the book, right? And that's when a Q&A can reveal that, of being like, yeah, well, I had the plan for this, and I just never actually wrote it into the book because I didn't think it was important. But I do have notes saying that, like, this was originally how this works, this is where he went, this is why they found him at this, right? So it's like, it made sense in my mind at the time when I did it. And I think that's all that really matters, is did it make sense in the mind of the author when they wrote it at the time, with the information that they had? Or were they simply like, man, I just need this to work, so I'm just going to put this character here. Or like, for instance, like, getting to the 4th or 5th book or whatever, and being like, you know what? I'm going to make this character this thing. Because I've known I wanted to do something with this character, but I didn't know what it was. So I was hinting that there's something odd about the character, but I'm not quite going to the point of saying that it is something else, right? Because Scabbers is kind of fucked up and does some fucked up things throughout the books, where you're like, what the fuck is going on? Even Ron's like, I fucking hate this fucking rat. Anyways, back to the story. Tangent aside. The interior was surprisingly tidy, at least as much as this world allowed. The cold gray concrete floor was almost free of rubbish, but if you ignored the cigarette butts, then there weren't many. Overhead, spots cast a warm yellow-orange glow over the tables, where not only drunks reeking of booze sat, but also people having their first meal of the day. As she approached the counter, she noticed a Browning bar M1918 hanging on the wall behind the barman. Between two shelves of bottles, the owner was a dark-skinned man, rare in this part of Europe. Average height, shaved head, beard trimmed to a knife strap. Leaned on the counter, lost in thought, hardly surprising. At this hour, there wasn't a crowd. He wore a khaki tank top and a bandolier? Words! With leather pouches. Vanya spotted the butt of a revolver protruding from a holster on his belt. What can I get you? The man asked. Booze. What have you got? Mild or strong? Strong. Got honey, samagon, schnapps, or vodka. Send the schnapps. One glass for the lady. He filled her tin up with a clear liquid. She knocked it back in one go. Something you're trying to forget? Yeah, another, please. Here, if you pass out, we'll leave you to sleep it off in the gutter. Anya nodded and downed her second glass. The barman leaned to the side of her and noticed her shadow standing straight, hands behind his back, a few paces away. And you? What'll it be? Borscht. Well, the dark-skinned man filled the guard's cup, the thick red broth studded with a few chunks of meat. Vanya turned to him. Since we're eating and drinking, we might as well do it together at a table. Let's sit. Two took a table. Vanya made sure to bring the bottle as she poured herself a third glass. She noticed her guard was staying silent. No comment on my drinking. It's not my place. I protect you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. At least there's that. What's your name? Jacob Skazakowski. Skazakowski? My queen. You look awfully young. 16, my queen. Timur must trust you completely to give you his assignment. The young man nodded and took a sip of his soup. How is he? Monsters, Inc. Spot on, queen. Spot on. But with an S. Yeah. How is he? She asked, curiosity getting the better of her. Morose, melancholy, sharp-tongued, but he still carries out his duties as voivode in Minsk. Zjawoski. Jawoski.
Hiccups TLS, stop asking Santa for the perfect man. This is the third time he's tried to kidnap me.
Wait, were you the reason for this, Callie? Hold on, Callie, were you the reason for this? Polish is a hell to tell. Was that your fault, Callie? Were you struggling and you made this happen? Because I could believe that it may not have been a Santa's fault. It may have been your fault, Callie. You know, it is what it is. It was also me, sorry. Queen was the one in the alien suit, and she was flying drunk. Santa crashed into me. Yeah, I was gonna say, Santa wasn't paying attention, but you were the one who was drunk. But it was Callie's fault for causing Santa not to look. But then again, it might have been Santa's fault for not knocking Callie out hard enough that, you know, he woke up he was drunk on hot chocolate. Oh, 100%. There was more vodka in his hot chocolate than hot chocolate, and there was more hot chocolate in his veins than blood, which was like 90% vodka. I was whispering in his ear. Callie was practicing his ASMR. He distracted Santa. Oh god. Morose and melancholy. How bad? Don't you... you'd better ask him yourself. It's none of my business. Oh my god, next story. Vanya scowled. He was right, but she still couldn't bring herself to face Tamir. The gulf between them was too full of pain, unspoken words, and guilt. The rest of their time in the bar passed in silence. He finished his borscht. She polished off the bottle. As the minutes tickled by, she began to feel the ethanol's effects. She stood carefully and headed for the exit, back towards her squat. Jacob rose and followed a few steps behind. He staggered through the streets, weaving more and more until the ground pitched beneath her feet and her vision blurred. She only felt someone catch her as she slipped into unconsciousness. Vanya opened her eyes, slowly emerging with difficulty from the fog of alcohol. Her head was heavy, her mouth cottony. She found herself lying on the mattress on her side. Someone had put her in her recovery position. An hour and a half of consciousness passed. When she finally felt strong enough to sit up, she saw a man sitting on a crate beside her. He wore a long leather coat lined with black fur and was whittling a piece of wood with a knife. Short hair, unkempt, beard. He clearly hadn't bothered to trim. It wasn't Jacob who had watched over her. "What are you doing here?" she asked weakly. The man didn't answer at once. "I have perished!" "No! You cannot, Callie! It not must be! No! I won't accept." "I do not accept your long-distance charges, Callie." He spent several seconds carving the wood before slowly straightening. "I'm watching over you. You were an alcoholic coma. I had to pay for a doctor." Vanya let herself fall back into the mattress. "What are you doing in Nova Kiev?" "Came to get you." "Why?" "Because I'm the one who will represent the Eastern tribes at the European Council, and I want you at my side." Timur. "You don't have to." "Why are you doing all this?" "Because I love you." Vanya said nothing. Uncertainty. She looked away. "Are you angry with me?" "About what?" "About leaving." "You needed to run. But the real question is, what were you running from? Me or yourself?" "Myself," she admitted. Timur said nothing. "Blame the pretty woman." Obviously he was talking about me, Queen. God, stop being so selfish. Women. He waited, listening carefully after Alyosha. "It was too much for me." Her eyes welled up. "I wanted to get away, flee the pain and everything that reminded me of it." "Stop fighting over me!" "I mean, I never will, Callie. if she doesn't relinquish, I will rip you in half trying to keep her from you. Or keep you from her. Whichever one. Both. Fuck it. You're mine. I just imagine us both pulling. I'm pulling on his legs, you're pulling on his arms. Shit! Now none of us get him. Don't threaten me with a good time. Me and Queen on either side of Callie. It's like a wishbone. Whoever gets the bigger piece gets to keep Callie. Oh my god. She was crying openly now. But I abandoned you. I didn't have the courage to face you again. I was too ashamed. My left side is weaker, Queen. Go right. Tamir stood and sat beside her. My door, my home, will always be open to you. No matter what, it's up to you whether or when you come back. That choice is yours. Vanya turned her head and looked at him. Wait, wasn't this guy an asshole, piece of shit, douchebag, fucktard, or am I thinking about the wrong person? This man, her husband, gazing at her with tenderness despite the weary, almost haggard look on his face. He was still the man she had fallen in love with. They had lost each other. Can't pay attention to more than one thing at a time. That's okay, Callie. Or rather, she had dug this chasm between them. I'm pretty sure it is, and and Nico changed his perspective. Because I'm pretty sure someone was trying to hunt him down to kill him, right? Like, they were like, we gotta go back, and I'm gonna kill him, and then she's gonna take over as the voivode. Wasn't that what happened last time? That's what I'm trying to remember. I feel like they were on their way to go confront him. And shit was being, like, all fucked. Because I remember something about the guards being, her being like, oh, you're just here to spy on me. For him. Her husband. The voivode. Because she's the voivodine. Rather, she had dug this chasm between them. But maybe she could find him again. Did she even want to? Till now, she hadn't asked herself the question. But thinking about it, she had never imagined starting a new life or sleeping with anyone else. Tamir had always remained hidden deep in her heart, veiled by pain, but ever present. Tamir, yes, I want to come home. Tamir smiled. Your army will be thrilled to hear it, but for now, you need to rest. The Council of Europe meets at the end of the week. I'm counting on you. So this shifts around his entire character to something actually comforting and there, as opposed to the dark detriment of having to run away from him and maybe even having to assassinate him in order to get her role back. But that's kind of what I remember, so I don't know. But anyways, like blacking out on the alcohol, having everything, mentioning something about probably someone dying, like her kid or something, right? And it's like her emaciation because she's trying to basically kill herself. I think that's a more interesting character depth than just like what we've been shown of her before. So I really like that. But I'm not sure about Tamir. I really like the dark side with that. Him being like an abusive husband, them having like an arranged marriage kind of almost idea. More political than love. And then her like falling in love with someone else maybe. I don't know. But that's just my opinion now. But alright. So, guys, now we're going to move on. What do you want? Do you want a Mr. Ballin or do you want a creepy story? Their pain is due to the death of both their kids. That's all. That's the reason why she flee away. Okay. Okay, makes sense. Ooh, that's difficult choice. 10 bingeable scary stories. Let's just do this one. It's a little bit shorter because I'm getting tired. So I'm gonna eat and then probably pass the fuck out. Yeah, but it's 50 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna... I don't want to do half the video. So I think this one would be better to just do the whole video for.
Hey guys, today we have a...
Alright, I'll be right back, and then we can get into this. We'll take a toke first, and then we'll get into it. Oh, can't have it without a toke. Toke. Alright, here we go. Get your tokes ready!
Hey guys, today we have a really special video for you. So if you haven't already heard, we just released our second graphic novel, Where Nightmares Live, and it's available wherever books or audiobooks are sold. And what better way to get you guys a little sneak peek of this incredible piece of art than to tell you one of the new stories that is in this book. Again, our second graphic novel, Where Nightmares Live, is out right now wherever books are sold, so grab your copy today and follow along. And remember, your nightmares are waiting.
We've covered lots of bizarre stories on this channel, but I can say with confidence that today's story is easily one of the weirdest. In fact, it could even be the most weird, because you'll get to the end of the story and hear what happens, the big reveal, and you're going to be like, wait, what happened? So buckle up, it's a good one. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark,
Your
and
magical
mysterious
artistry
delivered in
renders
story
them
format,
scrumptious.
then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload...
Hell yeah,
once a week.
Callie.
So if that's
I believe in
interesting
it.
to you, please offer to clean the Like Button's house, but instead of cleaning it, just go ahead and bring a wrecking crew to their property and level it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
The Good Reverend. Alright.
On the afternoon of January 5th, 1909, A 56-year-old reverend named John Carmichael kissed his wife and kids goodbye and then stepped out of his cottage into the cold and wrapped his cloak around his black suit, and then he hopped on his horse and he galloped out onto the road. Reverend Carmichael lived in a rural part of Michigan, and on this day, he was making his way to another town about 9 miles away called Columbus, where he was going to host this big religious revival. Basically, he was going to hold this big sermon and try to get new people to join his church. And so
Wait, have we already listened to this one?
He saw all these kids outside having snowball fights and making snowmen, and it was just really nice. But also, in virtue of being the Reverend, basically everybody in town knew him, and so either the kids wanted to say hi to him or their parents did. And so as the Reverend is really just trying to hustle his way to Columbus, he kept having to stop over and over again to have small talk and play nice. But after about 30 minutes, he had reached a point in the journey where all the houses were kind of behind him, and he had this kind of nice, quiet stretch where he knew he wouldn't be bothered by anybody. He had made this journey many times to Columbus, and he always looked forward to this stretch of the road. It was just very peaceful and gave him a chance to kind of just be left with his own thoughts and think about his upcoming sermon and what he wanted to say. And so as the Reverend was having this sort of peaceful time trotting his way down the snowy road, he heard the sound of hooves fast approaching him. And so the Reverend turned around and he saw there was this very rough-looking guy wearing this brown stained shirt with a long overcoat over it, and the guy's hair was slicked back and greasy, and he had this big weird grin on his face, and he was waving wildly at the Reverend, obviously trying to flag him down. Now, inside, the Reverend did not want to talk to this guy because he knew who this guy was. His name was Gideon Browning, and he lived in the town where the Reverend lived, and he was known for being kind of erratic and had a horrible drinking problem. And frankly, you know, the Reverend just wanted to be left alone. Here he was enjoying his ride, and here comes the town drunk. You know,
That's me.
around this guy. But also the Reverend understood that he was the Reverend in town. People knew who he was. He couldn't just be a jerk to people. He had to be kind.
Oh
So he
man, it
smiled at
sucks
Gideon
when
and waved to him to be polite,
you're like
but
that, right?
regretting
You're like,
this
"Fuck."
interaction with Gideon. And in fact, weirdly enough, the Reverend, over the past several weeks, had been running into Gideon all over town, to the point where it was becoming weird that he just kept seeing Gideon. And every time he interacted with Gideon, it was just awful, because Gideon was just totally an unpleasant person. But here he was, once again, having to have yet another interaction with Gideon. And as soon as Gideon came right up alongside the Reverend, his first question was, "Hey, Reverend, can I ride with you?" And the Reverend, again, is like, "My goodness, I don't want to do this right now." But he was like, "Of course we can ride together." And pretty much immediately, the Reverend regretted this decision, because Gideon would just not shut up. He just talked the entire time they were supposed to be in this peaceful part of the Reverend's journey. But not only that, the questions Gideon was asking Reverend the whole time they were riding together were sort of invasive. Gideon wanted to know exactly where the Reverend was going and what he was doing there, and, you know, how many churches did the Reverend own, and just all these personal questions. And sort of against his better judgment, the Reverend was being truthful with Gideon. He told Gideon that he was going to Columbus to have this big revival, and he also told Gideon about one of the churches that he owned in a town
What's up, Callie?
called Rattle Run. And as the Reverend was
I posted
again kind of giving up this
a new
information
story.
that he kind of wished he wasn't, he noticed Gideon began doing something strange. As Gideon was galloping along, keeping a fixed gaze on the Reverend, Gideon reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver coin.
When your mom
and
buys
began
you the
flipping
orange
coin
juice
into
with
the air
bits
and
in it.
catching it and flipping it and catching it over
The
and
attempt
over
on my
and over
life
again,
has left me
never
scarred and
affecting his
deformed.
riding. I mean, it was like Gideon wasn't even aware he was flicking this coin.
You mean
and the
pulp?
Reverend, you know, he's kind of watching Gideon do this. And
Do
it
you
was
mean
sort of
pulp?
impressive. Like, Gideon was just able to flick this coin over and over and never drop it and just keep on stride. But more
I
than
love
just being
pulp.
impressed
I
with
live
Gideon's
for
hand-eye
chugging the pulp.
coordination, the
It's gotta be
Reverend
thick
began
and
to
chewy.
notice that he really liked what Gideon was doing with this coin. It was kind of soothing in a way. Not so much the actual coin flipping in the air, but the sound it was making. The sound of it spinning in the air and slapping into his palm over and over again.
What is
It just
up?
kinda
What
put
is
the
up? Yo,
Reverend at
Shaw,
ease.
what's
He
up?
didn't
How's it
know why.
going?
And so after a while, the Reverend just kind of stopped answering Gideon's questions and just kind of stared at the coin and listened to that sound. And he just felt himself drift into this weird, relaxed state, almost like he felt asleep. And so as this weird thing is going on with this coin, the two men eventually reach this crossroads where there's a general store, and at this point, Gideon catches his coin, puts it back in his pocket, and the two men, they come to a stop.
Oh,
at this
amazing,
general
man.
store, even
Just
though
waiting
the
for your
Reverend
reply.
did not want to go to this general
I know,
store.
I've
He
been
just
so
kind of
busy, Shaw.
followed Gideon up to the hitching post. They both got off their horses. They tied their horses to the post.
Because I thought I
And again,
posted the
Reverend's
character
thinking, "I keep
profile,
stuck
but I
here.
can't
gotta go to
find it,
Columbus.
so I have to
Gotta
do it
get
from
this
scratch.
revival." But Gideon
'Cause I don't know
just
where
turns
the
to
fuck I
Reverend
put
and
it.
says, hey, we got to make a stop here. We need to get something. And the Reverend found himself saying, okay, what are we going to get? And the Reverend's thinking, what am I saying? I don't want to do this. I don't want to stop here. I got to go. But he just stood there, just waiting for Gideon to tell him what they were going to buy. And Gideon, who had that big grin on his face again, he said, well, actually, I'm not going to go into the store. You are. You're going to go in there, you're going to buy me a new hatchet, and you're going to bring it out here and give it to me. And now everything about this was
I have a
totally
gift for
weird to the
Queen.
Reverend. He did not feel like this was a normal request, nor did he want to go in the store. He wanted to leave. But for some reason,
Some
he
rough
said,
notes would
"Okay."
work.
And he turned.
Rest
and
we
shuffled in the
can
store,
do after the
found a new
initial
hatchet,
sketch.
Paid for it with his own money, walked outside, handed it over to Gideon, and then at this point, the Reverend just wanted to get on his horse and get away from Gideon. But the second the Reverend got back on his horse to do that, Gideon hopped on his horse and said, hold on a minute, Reverend. We're not done yet. Now we're going to go to your church and Rattle Run, because I'm getting married soon, and I'm thinking about maybe getting married in your church, and I want to scope it out. And so the Reverend at this, who again just wants to go to Columbus, he doesn't want to be around Gideon at all.
How's it going? We're doing
But
good.
For some reason, he just said, okay, yeah, we'll go to my church and Rattle Run. And so at this point, Gideon pulled out his coin and started flipping it again and again. And the two men rode side by side in the direction of Rattle Run. And the whole time, the Reverend's thinking, what am I doing? Why are we doing this?
By the way, how did it
Also,
end with the...
in addition to just brain fog and confusion,
Yeah,
the Reverend
Shaw,
also realized
don't talk about that in public.
Gideon was clearly lying to him because he knew Gideon was married. So what's he talking about needing to scope out his church to see about potentially
Pretty
getting
woman
married
surely
here?
kill you.
That didn't make sense.
No worries.
Like, why was Gideon actually wanting to go to his church? The Reverend didn't know, but he was really starting to feel scared. But again, he just couldn't stop agreeing to the things Gideon wanted to do. And so the two men galloped their way to Rattle Run. The whole time Gideon's flipping that coin and staring at the Reverend. And the Reverend's just
I'm
totally
hungry.
transfixed on the
Look
coin.
what I got, Callie.
And then they get to the church.
Twice
Gideon
baked
puts the coin in his
motherfucking
pocket.
potatoes
The two men hitch their horses to the post
and
outside.
fucking
They go up to the front
surcram.
door. The Reverend unlocks it. They go inside.
Just waiting for this
and
shit
sort
to
of
cool down, 'cause I know it's
automatically,
gonna
the
burn
Reverend
me like
walked
last
back
time.
to the church, and he lit the stove. And then, as he was walking back towards the front, where Gideon was still
You
standing
hate
right in front
Nia
of the
talks.
doorway,
Mean.
Gideon suddenly told
Mean.
the Reverend to
Mean.
stop where he was. And so the Reverend stopped in the middle of the church, and he's just looking at Gideon, who's got that coin back out,
Mean.
and he's flipping it up and down again. And at this point, the Reverend just looks at Gideon and says, well, do you want to look around? And Gideon, who's flipping that coin up and down, just says, no, I don't need to look around. There is no way. Hey, Reverend, go ahead and lift up your left arm. And at this point, the Reverend is terrified, he's confused, and his left arm just suddenly raised up into the air. He had no control over it. And then a second later, Gideon says, hey, go ahead and raise your other arm. And so the Reverend, who's still got his left arm out to one side, felt his right arm come up to the other side. And so at this point, the Reverend's just standing there with his arms out to the side, and it was at this
5
point
days
that
till
the
I can
Reverend
eat.
understood
Damn,
what
Callie,
was
that's
going
brutal.
on. Clearly, Gideon had hypnotized him. That could be the only explanation for what was going on here. But before the Reverend could say or do anything about how totally weird the situation was, Gideon, who was flipping that coin and had a big grin on his face the whole time he was making the Reverend raise his arms up, suddenly Gideon's face completely changed, and he became deadly serious, and he was staring at the Reverend, and then he dropped the coin to the ground and began moving towards the Reverend. The following day, around noon, the caretaker for Reverend Carmichael's Rattle Run Church made his way to that church to check in on the building. He knew Reverend Carmichael was going to be in Columbus for a few days, and so he just wanted to make sure, nothing was out of the ordinary. And as this caretaker galloped up to this small white steepled church, he noticed right away there was a column of smoke coming up out of the chimney. Clearly there was a fire lit inside of the church, and the caretaker's thinking, that doesn't make any sense. The Reverend is not supposed to be here, so who could possibly be in the church right now? And then after the caretaker got up to the front door, he was about to put his key in the lock when he discovered the door was already unlocked. And so instinctively, he put his hand on his pistol on his hip, and then he grabbed the handle and he flung the door open. And when he looked inside the church, he just froze. Because the entire interior of the church was drenched in blood. There was blood on the pews, the walls, on the altar. And then also amongst all this blood, the caretaker also noticed there were little pieces of ripped up fabric all over the place, and he saw one of them had a unique button sewn into it, a button he recognized as belonging on Reverend Carmichael's suit. And so the caretaker is horrified, he's looking around, he doesn't see anybody, but he sees there's a drag trail right down the center aisle all the way up to the altar, and it curves around to the right out of view. Now, the caretaker wanted to turn and run away, but he was worried that maybe Reverend Carmichael was in here somewhere and was maybe still alive and he could help him. And so the caretaker felt like it was his responsibility to investigate. And so he drew his pistol and he began walking down this bloody aisle, kind of looking around for any sign of anybody inside the church, but it was deadly silent. And he eventually got about halfway down the aisle when he spotted a silver coin sitting in the middle of the aisle covered in blood, and he kept on walking to where the blood trail turned around the pew, and it led right up to that stove that was obviously still smoldering, and the door to the stove was shut, so the caretaker couldn't see what was inside of it. And so the caretaker just walked up to the stove, and after looking around one more time to make sure nobody else was in here, he opened up the stove, and inside the stove was a human skull. News of Reverend Carmichael's horrific murder very quickly spread all around town and beyond just that town. I mean, this was all over the place. And within 24 hours, there was this huge police investigation that was launched to try to figure out who killed him. And very quickly, the police in Rattle Run spoke to the sheriff of the town where the Reverend lived, and they learned that on the same day that Reverend Carmichael had left to go to Columbus and then obviously was killed inside of his church, well, on that same day, a man named Gideon Browning had this really big blow-up public fight in town, same town as Reverend Carmichael, with his brother-in-law. And this fight was so explosive, lots of people saw it and heard it, and people said after this big fight with his brother-in-law, Gideon had hopped on his horse and rode off angrily. And the kids in that town who were outside that day having snowball fights and building snowmen, they would say that they saw Reverend Carmichael traveling down this road because he talked to all the kids and their parents. And not long after Reverend Carmichael had kind of disappeared down the road, they also reported seeing Gideon Browning coming down the same road, heading
Guys,
in
I'm
the
trying to
same
listen to
direction
BookFox
as
Extract by
Reverend
Twitch.
Carmichael. And after
It's okay,
that,
Callie. I'm
nobody had
ending the
seen
stream
Gideon
after this,
since.
so you'll be
And so
fine.
very quickly, Gideon became the #1 suspect in this murder. And basically the thought was, Gideon was so angry from this fight with his brother-in-law that he must have just taken out his anger on the Reverend. Basically, the Reverend was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got killed. Now, the police knew this was a flimsy theory at best, but Gideon had a reputation for being totally erratic and a total drunk, and so it kind of fit with who he was, that this was something maybe he would do. And so within 24 hours of the murder,
I have like 4
there was
other
this
streamers
huge
to watch.
multi-statewide manhunt for Gideon. 3 days later, and
Fair enough,
500
Callie,
miles
fair
away
enough.
from the town of Rattle
Fair
Run,
enough.
in a
You know?
city in Illinois, a
I'm
man
selfish
opened
to
the
think
door
I'm
the
the only
boarding
one.
house and stepped inside.
Right.
And the owner of the boarding house, her name was Miranda Hughes.
Traitor.
She
I
was
mean,
sitting
what?
behind the front desk, and when she looked up and saw this man, she had to stifle a gasp because this man looked absolutely horrible. He was wearing this really dark stained brown shirt with a long overcoat over it. He was shivering and skinny and pale and just looked like he was about to die, basically. But the man just walked up to her. And said
I
his
know, I'm
name
just
was
fucking
John
with you,
Elder,
Callie.
And he wanted to rent a room.
Don't worry,
Now,
my
Miranda,
love.
for a second,
You're not
thought about
abandoning me.
refusing
We have an
service
open
just because
polygamous
honestly,
relationship,
it kind of
okay?
frightened her. But then again,
Ah,
Miranda
you're allowed to
said,
do whatever you
know what?
want,
A lot of
Callie.
my guests are pretty rough these days.
And that's
This
not
guy's
some
got
woman
money and he wants a
bullshit.
room,
Oh,
so
you
there
can
go.
do whatever you
Give him a
want,
room.
but
So
make
she
sure
brought him
that you do
upstairs
what
to
I
the room
want.
on the
No,
second
do whatever the
floor.
fuck you
She
want.
opened it up. John stepped inside. And Miranda, as a courtesy, said, "Hey, do you want me to make you some food?" And John, without even turning around, just says, "No, I'm fasting." And then he shut the door in her face. For the rest of the weekend, despite what John told Miranda, Miranda would come up to his room and leave food outside of his door at every mealtime. It was something she did for her guests. But John never came out to get the food. And for a little while, Miranda was actually kind of concerned about this guy, considering how terrible he looked. And, now he's fasting. That didn't seem healthy. But at the same time, Miranda was kind of happy to not have to deal with this guy, and so she basically ignored him. But on the morning of January 12th, so 1 week after the murder, and 3 days after John Elder had checked into this boarding house, Miranda was walking across the back lawn of this boarding house when she heard what sounded like somebody moaning in pain coming from the outhouse. Now, normally, Miranda would never even think of going to the outhouse and seeing if somebody was okay in there. But the sound this person was making sounded so obviously like they were in pain that she just couldn't help herself. And so Miranda ran to the door of this outhouse and she yelled inside, "Hey, are you okay in there?" And the only sound she heard coming out was more moaning and whimpering. And so, acting on a gut instinct, Miranda grabbed the door and flung it open, and what she saw made her scream. It was John Elder, and he was sitting on the toilet looking up at her with wide, panicked eyes, and his throat had been slashed from ear to ear. She could basically see deep into his neck. This was a fatal wound, and he was bleeding everywhere. And so Miranda stumbled backwards, turned around, and ran to go find police. By the time the police arrived at the boarding house and went to the outhouse, John Elder was already dead from this horrible wound. And at first, the police did not connect the death of John Elder to what had happened in Rattle Run 500 miles away. They were totally disconnected. That is, until police searched John Elder and they found in one of his pockets was a blood-stained letter addressed to the sheriff of Rattle Run. And as soon as the police read it, they knew they had something huge on their hands, because John Elder was not who he said he was. To understand who John Elder was, and to even begin to understand what happened in Rattle Run, we need to go back to January 6th, the day that Reverend Carmichael left his house and began making the journey to Columbus for this big revival. During that journey, Reverend Carmichael did come in contact with Gideon Browning. Gideon Browning came up alongside him, they rode together, they went to that general store, and Reverend Carmichael did buy that hatchet for Gideon, and they did go to the Rattle Run Church. But the reason they did all these strange activities together is not because Gideon had hypnotized Reverend Carmichael. The actual reason for why they did these things together is even more bizarre. In the weeks leading up to that fateful day, January 6th, Reverend Carmichael was running into Gideon Browning all the time, all over town. It was like everywhere the Reverend went, there was Gideon. And then on January 6th, when the Reverend is making his way down the road, and he turns and sees Gideon Browning coming up alongside him, he's like, oh my goodness, it's happening again. But the way the Reverend handled this was not to say, wow, what a strange coincidence, I keep running into this guy everywhere I go. Instead, the Reverend believed that Gideon must have some sort of special power, that he's able to know where I am at all times, and he's using that power to try to intimidate me by spying on me. And so on January 6th, when Gideon came galloping up alongside of the Reverend's already completely paranoid and on edge about Gideon, fearing this guy has magical powers, basically. And then when Gideon pulled out that coin and began flipping it into the air, which apparently was just something he did, the Reverend took that as, oh my goodness, in addition to having magical powers to always know where I am, Gideon also has the power of hypnosis. And that coin that I can't take my eyes off, that sounds so incredible, and it's soothing me, well, that is hypnotizing me. Gideon is now controlling me and my thoughts and my body. And so at this point, the Reverend actually believed he was hypnotized, and so he just kind of began going along with anything Gideon wanted. And so it's assumed that Gideon did want to stop at the general store and just kind of said, hey, do you want to stop at the general store? And the Reverend's like, yes, I'll stop at the general store. And then maybe Gideon asked the Reverend, hey, do you mind buying me a new hatchet? And the Reverend's like, yes, I'll buy you a new hatchet. And he goes in, gets the hatchet, comes back out. And then apparently, Gideon said, hey, I want to go check out your church in Rattle Run. And the Reverend was like, yeah, okay, let's go check it out. And then when they got to the church, at some point, the Reverend just went to the middle of the church and put his arms out to either side like he was Jesus Christ nailed to the cross, even though, Gideon had not made him do that. This is the Reverend, caught up in his own delusion. As he's standing there like this, Gideon, who's flipping the coin, fumbles it and it falls to the ground. And the Reverend, who believes that coin has full control over what he's doing, he thought, oh my gosh, the spell is now broken. I need to save myself. And so the Reverend ran and grabbed that hatchet, and he forced Gideon to take off all his clothes, and then he made Gideon hand the clothes over, and once the Reverend had those clothes, he hacked Gideon to pieces and then burned his body in that stove. And then after this horrific murder, the Reverend took his own suit and basically ripped it off and shredded it to bits and then kind of threw it all around the church to make it seem like he had been the one who was killed and that was his skull inside of the stove. And then he put on all of Gideon Browning's clothes, the brown dirty shirt and the long coat, and then he traveled 500 miles to Miranda Hughes's boarding house, where he went inside and booked a room under the pseudonym John Elder. And
Damn.
while the Reverend was hiding out inside of this boarding house,
Is this guy fucking crazy to begin with?
Very quickly figured out that the body inside of the church, the skull inside of the stove, and the remains that were in there did not belong to Reverend Carmichael. They belonged to Gideon Browning. And so immediately it went from, Gideon Browning must have done it to no, Reverend Carmichael is the killer and he killed Gideon. But before they could track the Reverend down, Reverend Carmichael, aka John Elder, had gone into that outhouse and slit his own throat. However, when the police searched John Elder's body, so Reverend Carmichael's body, they would find that blood-stained letter addressed to the sheriff in Rattle Run, and basically it was a confession. Now, granted, it was the confession of Reverend Carmichael, who genuinely believed Gideon had hypnotized him and had all these special powers, and he basically was acting in self-defense, but nonetheless, it was still a confession to murder. Now, of course, there's lots of details in the story that we can't be totally sure of. Like, we don't really know what the discussions were like between Reverend Carmichael and Gideon Browning when they met on that road and then eventually made their way to the church and the murder happened. This is basically just the best theory around what happened. Also, it's worth noting that there was a history of mental illness in Reverend Carmichael's family, but this story happened at a time when nobody took mental health seriously, and so it's very unlikely that even if authorities had known about that this crime could have been prevented.
Damn. Damn, that's a good story, guys. It's a good story, guys. You like the story, guys? Go check out Mr. Ball, and he's the bomb. He's the bro. He's the best. But yeah, we've come to the end of the road finally, once more as always. But yeah, don't worry, we will be back again tomorrow. So be sure to remember to eat your Ovaltine. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we raiding today? Today we hit the raid, we go to raid, oh, it's a raid, bro. Do 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 do. Where do we go? Who do we know? Do do do. We got a new one. We got us a new one. Alright. Get your views ready. Oh.
Why is everyone so eepy-deepy?
Well.
Are you eepy-deepy, Tagger?
Well, shit, that didn't work. Well,
little bitsies. I know
shit happens, right?
Do an FM hundo run. I'll wake you up.
Well, that's timing for you guys. Did it work, or are we still here?
Come on, Tagger, you gotta. Come on, it'll wake you up, Tagger. You know you love FM hundo.
I don't know, I tried, guys. I tried. See you on the other side.